Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the Jorvik League final. We're streaming today live from York. My name is Dan O'Halloran, and I will be your host today. Joining me is Adrian Maidman, and Grace. How are we all doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
Very good.
Can you guys
Thank you.
hear me?
I'm doing good as well, thank you.
It's a pretty good day so far.
Can't wait for some
It's going to be a very good day. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just looking forward to seeing what kind of draft there is so we can just kind of analyze things a little bit more interestingly. What do you think, Mikita?
Yeah, I talked to one of the captains and they're planning on doing some exciting picks. So I want to see how that's going to go.
It's going to be an interesting game. We've got a pretty typical underdog versus Goliath situation. We have a well-established, well-practiced team, but we've also got a team that are very full of energy and, I think it's either going to be really close or it's going to be quite a battle. We'll see.
Absolutely. It will consist of a best of 3 between our league dominating teams, Duck Duck Grey Duck and the Yorkshire Puddings, who will be going head to head to take the championship win. Duck Duck Grey Duck are currently our reigning undisputed champions, having won in both and 2019, and they'll be looking to recreate their success this year and defend their title. The Yorkshire Puddings did face Duck Duck Grey Duck in 2018, and after a very competitive match, unfortunately came up short. This year, they're back with an almost completely revised team and are home to take the championship win. Mikito, you played during the 2018 match, and of course, you commentated in the 2019. Give us your thoughts on the game and the teams today.
Well, Duck Duck Grey Ducks always have like a solidified roster, and they've played together a lot, so they're definitely going to have the edge in terms of experience and performance. But I think the Yorkshire Puddings, they've been doing some pretty good performances in the NSE League on Sunday. So it's going to be a close match, I think.
Absolutely. It should be really interesting. Now, let's take a closer look at the match between the two teams today that took place in 2018.
Oh, we played his hand. Oh no, this is really bad.
Oh, keep your rotation from the line. Being getting charged actually.
Bam.
Diana still has the GA trap.
My only worry.
Oh, Luna ulti going in. Looks like a disturbing rotation as well. Good double kill.
They just ripped.
Okay, nice. That's what it is. You need to get now first. What you want to do now? The Kona coming out. Finger and quick.
Kona merge.
Oh,
yeah,
Kona.
What? It's got the CA out.
Better ulti now.
Oh, that's a new one play by the back. Got the CA out. The Kona.
Oh, the dashes.
Died. Leno just died to the Reza.
BKB. Oh, the Krona's already up.
Then they kill the CA. That's massive. That's fine. 8 foot. Oh, this is bad. This is
How
not
about the BKB though? The chain stun.
Oh
my
god.
They have.
No, the
ulti's
ulti. She got beat. Yeah, she got beat. She should come back. This is fine.
Kill the queen. Oh, BKB. She's just looking back again. Sure.
Maybe it's 5 negs.
Just sometimes it's like level 1 gang. think each team is looking for Abyssal Blade, that's a decrypt save, and a Glimmer Fade. You have to win the match. Vengeance and live. Oh, they swap. Oh, Magnus. Oh, why does this keep happening? Oh, wait. Let's take the fan down. That's the real question. Is all good? Oh, and taking in. Oh, we'll see. Oh! Okay. Gonna get the red gears. Oh, no! Look at this danger, look at this damage. This gearing on all the creeps are going to end. The creeps are going to end. No. Oh, not like this. No. Oh, that's cheeky. Oh. That was going to be awesome like this. Might have been a comeback, but anyway, that was
Well, that's a very competitive and entertaining match in 2018. And of course, Duck Duck Grey Duck taking the win last year as well, making them undisputed currently. The captain of Duck Duck Grey Duck is Peter York, who we spoke to earlier this week in anticipation of this event. Well, joining me first is Peter York from the team Duck Duck Grey Duck. First of all, thank you very much to you and your team for entering this competition this year. This is the third time that your team has entered the tournament, and you're currently undefeated, having won both previous years in 2018 and 2019. How have you been preparing for this competition to ensure a third victory?
Just sort of grinding pubs, really. Getting out there. So, yeah, I kind of haven't played too much in the offlane this year, which is what I tend to be in these games. So, sort of getting back used to my comfort heroes on that role. So, basically, well, given that the other team is going to see this, I don't want to say the heroes that I've been practicing, but yeah.
Awesome. Well, you must be feeling quite confident going into this one. How has your strategy changed this year, if at all?
So in previous years, on the other team, there have been people who have known me reasonably well. So they've banned out my heroes, and I've had to sort of like have like a deeper hero pool. This year, I think that I may sort of fly under the radar and be able to like play some more of my comfort heroes. We haven't really planned any specific strats this year yet. Hoping to get some like practice games in over the course of this week and sort of try and find some strats that come up. But hopefully there'll be a new patch as well. People are sort of, I think Valve said that there was going to be a patch by the end of November with a new hero. So if that comes out, we'll be sort of jamming a few games of that and trying to work out, what's strong, what we like as a team, like those sorts of things.
Awesome. How often would you normally practice for a match like this, and what do you do when preparing?
So yeah, like I said, it's kind of a lot of just sort of queuing with whoever's around. So because it's not like that, it's not like a professional game. Basically we'll see who's around and try and get some games in. So it could just be me. It could be like with a couple of other people who are online, however many, and hopefully we'll get like, I don't know, at least 3 or 4 games in, say, where we just sort of have the whole team together.
Fantastic. Have there been any major changes to the team since the previous years?
Yes. So basically the only remaining, so me and Naifu Jasper are the sort of 2 players who have been there every year. And then there has been some sort of movement around that based on like either trying to make the teams fair or like the certain player is like leaving or not being able to do it that year or whatever. So
of course,
yeah, there's been quite a lot of change. But actually, no. So the same as last year, there'll be Jasper and Alex will be the same as last year, and then
awesome. Well, you faced the Yorkshire Puddings, your opposing team this year, before in 2018. How has that match given you any sort of tactics towards their strengths and weaknesses that you could potentially exploit?
Yeah, so I don't remember too well what they liked and disliked in terms of like what heroes were strong, like how they played. I think we're going to more focus on our own strategies than like worry about what the opponent does. Like it's pretty common. I don't know. I think generally you can end up outdrafting yourself if you try and focus too much on what the enemy team did. So there was like a game last year where we picked Tinker first pick, and then the enemy team like picks counters to Tinker for like all of their draft, and they still can't do anything about it because then the rest of the team is doing well. Also, a Tinker player was too strong. But the point is like you don't want to like end up playing against like playing a bunch of heroes just because you think they're right for what your opponent's doing. You also want to have your own plan which you're trying to progress.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to me today. Do you have any closing remarks before we see you on the day of the match?
I don't know. Hopefully, we're going to smash it. Well, no, I'm sure we're going to smash it. It's going to be an easy win. The question is, will I get to play some spicy heroes? Because at the moment, I sort of haven't identified any heroes where I'm thinking this is going to be a spicy surprise hero to like pull out. But yeah, we'll see.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
Peter clearly very confident in his team's ability, however, not giving much away regarding their tactics. Grace, tell us what we can expect to see from Duck Duck Grey Duck today.
I expect a great deal personally from Duck Duck Grey Duck. I've played alongside Cleaver Guy, one of the members of the team, and while it was mostly as a support that I played alongside him, I've also seen him as position 3, and in both roles he's excelled, frankly. And I expect that Crystal Maiden will be a respect ban coming out from the Yorkshire Puddings just because of how Tetra, Smash, and Ace, as well as our side from the Yorkshire Puddings side, have played alongside and seen the power of Cleaver's Crystal Maiden. And yeah, I expect a good deal from Cleaver Guy. I've seen Carrie Brownstein, and I believe Manolo Magic and Crispos. I believe you played alongside Mikito. Do you have much to say on their behalf?
Nice Hurt is a Luna player and a Faces Void player. Faces Void is really strong in the meta right now, so you might see a respect ban coming out from that. And Manolo Magic plays all kinds of support heroes, so he's a very versatile player. So not quite sure what's going to be played by him, but there's going to be a lot of potential doing the job.
Absolutely. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the team opposing them today will be the Yorkshire Puddings, the captain of whom is Ace, who I spoke to earlier in the week to see what preparation they have been doing for today's event.
I'm going to ask you is what keyboard do you use?
What keyboard? I will show you my setup. I'm just using a laptop.
Really? You're on a laptop?
Yeah, I'm using a laptop. It runs Dota at 40 FPS, so that's all I need. Because essentially, Dota is a skill-based game. If you're going to blame it on your computer, essentially, I just see you as a bad player. You play with what you have, and you do the best. That's my whole process.
I really appreciate that. It's not like Counter-Strike where like 200 frames per second does make a huge difference. I guess it's a lot more like stage. It's less fast-paced, I can imagine, right?
It's less fast-paced depending on what the draft is, but essentially you don't need quick reactions to make the game winnable. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't, but it really depends. But essentially, it's more down to you rather than your equipment.
Nice, fair enough. So what do you think about the other team? Do you know much about them?
I've played with Cleaver Guy a lot, who is the offlaner in my team, and I think he's a really good player. I mean, obviously, apart from me, because he knows. So he has his comfort picks like Night Stalker, Spirit Breaker, and he knows how to play them. He knows how to play from behind, in front. He knows when to back off, when to go in. He knows the itemization. He knows the good and bad matchups. He's a good player overall. I don't know about the other players though. So
yeah, well, we had an interview with them yesterday, and they're pretty confident. Like they were pretty confident in their strategies. Yeah, and they spoke a lot about team chemistry and how they're like synced and ready to go.
Yeah.
So my next question I have for you is: are you scared?
No. There are just very few things I am scared of, and losing a Dota game to a team that clearly has more chemistry than mine is definitely not something. Especially, I love being an underdog because I like to prove people wrong. I like to put them in their place when they think that they've got an upper hand against me. So once I will win, I will put them back in their place, and especially Cleaver Guy if you're so confident.
I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, I think it looks like in this situation you might be the underdog, but there's nothing better than an amazing underdog story where they just demolish the playing field. So I personally am very excited to see what happens.
I'll just jump in with a quick question. So you just said that you're playing on the laptop. Now that's obviously because we can't do it in person this year due to the lockdown restrictions. How do you think that's going to affect your playing and the team's playing?
That's not going to affect anything. The only thing that's going to affect me is my Wi-Fi if all of a sudden I disconnect. Other than that, nothing's going to affect me. It's all down to me, and if I lose a game, I lose a game. It is what it is.
No, I like that. So are you...
I'm on campus, so I think it's pretty notorious for bad Wi-Fi.
Are you using the trackpad?
Using what?
The trackpad. On your
laptop? No. I've got a mouse.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's a casual mouse. It's nothing special. Again, I'm not one of those flashy people. You get what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
How long have you been playing Dota for?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I've been playing ever since 2016, so I'm a recently new player compared to like other people that played like 2013, 2012, Dota 1, StarCraft 3, I mean World of Warcraft even. There are some people that played even then. I'm a recently new player and I've developed a lot over a short period of time. It's like, what, 4 years, maybe 5 max?
So, yeah, what was it that got you into it? Originally.
What got me into it? My best friend. So he was like, you know what? I play League and Dota. Do you want to play with me? I was like, sure. We tried League. I didn't like it. We tried Dota, and I was like, you know what? That's more interesting, and I've gone to it ever since.
Awesome.
Cool. Yeah, like I can't remember who said this specifically. I think Jasper said that he started playing on exactly the 2nd of January 2013, and then.
I've got the exact date as well. It was 26th of October 2016. I still remember. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's great.
Oh, can't really hear a word that you're saying, but if you can hear me, I'll just introduce. Come on. This happened.
You having technical issues?
You're up, by the way.
I'll be happy to introduce it if you guys can still hear me okay, but like I've got no screen right now.
If you can't hear us, frozen. I would like to say that we're live.
Right?
Yeah, okay, frozen. So I think we've...
Can anybody hear me in Discord?
Yeah, sorry about this. We're having some connectivity issues with our main host. I'm going to...
Can we mute him?
Adrian, you're...
Okay, so we've just had a good look at both teams, and both captains are very, very confident in how they're going to play. I think this is a classic David and Goliath situation. We have a very strong and well-established team, and we have an underdog, but with a lot of energy and passion. So it's going to be an interesting game. I think it has potential to be extremely close because the Duck Grey Duck have found that there are some weaknesses in their rearrangement of how their players are going to be, what positions their players are going to pick. They've got a new player playing mid, and he's apparently not very familiar with that role. So that may introduce some weaknesses for Yorkshire Puddings to take advantage of. But we're yet to see if that's even possible, if that's something they're going to do. So I'm going to hand it over to Mikita and Grace, and they can discuss a little bit about how they think the drafting is going to go.
I mean, I'm interested in hearing what you have to say, Makito, about what kind of draft you expect from Duck Duck Grey Duck, who I believe is the favorite at the moment, and I obviously have experience with Cleaver Guy, but not particularly with the other members of the team, who I believe you have more experience with, and then I've played with most of Yorkshire Puddings. Part of me wants to root for the underdog. I feel like I'm sitting here in York with a nice cup of Yorkshire tea, looking at a Yorkshire Puddings team at the University of York in the Orvic League. And yes, the ducks and the geese are the real emblem of the city, but part of me wants to go for my friend Ace and for all of the other players that I've played alongside in Yorkshire Puddings. But I think realistically, I have to say that Cleaver and the Ducks are gonna take it to victory. What do you think about that, Makito?
I think the underdogs are gonna win this. You know, so I love a good underdog story, like OG TI7, TI8. They were probably the underdogs, and
OG didn't win TI7; they won 8 and 9.
Oh, TI8 and 9. Sorry. But yeah, a good underdog story is always nice to have. And they seem to be pretty confident with the team.
Yeah, they're both so like. They've got passion. I have to say, Ace definitely is a lot more like, this is something we're going to win. We're going to absolutely destroy them. And I asked him if he was scared. He was like, I wouldn't ever be scared of a Dota tournament with this team. So
I'm just looking at the Twitch chat right now, and we've got some excellent comments coming through. Some of the people that I pinged earlier to get them to pay attention. We have one person saying, I also like ducks. Confident ducks are great. And see, that's the real top tier content. You have to go on twitch.tv to find.
Well, that's what really matters. It's all about the ducks. And interestingly, like, York is very famous for their duck passion. While we're on stream, I'm going to be quite willing to plug Longboy, if everyone is very familiar with the legend of York. I'm sure he's going to be watching today, and it's going to be quite exciting.
I'm very excited to see basically who might be tuning in or who might be interested. With as you say, the David and Goliath fight. I personally want to see what kind of draft that we end up having. I think it's possible that somebody goes for a Drow Ranger draft. We've seen a fair amount of Drow drafts and Drow picks recently.
See a lot of Lina in the China scene, and there's some other mids like TA that can push the advantage once she gets the farm. There's lots of heroes that are viable, and there's also a reason I like this patch a lot.
I'm getting some feedback. So yes, that is excellent, and I agree with you. Although I find this patch fairly frustrating myself, but I seem to be getting some reports from the Twitch community, the fan base here, that there is some audio issues with the stream. I'm not sure if we can potentially get a look at that. It says the stream's muted. I don't know if it's fixed
okay.
yet? Is it
it's
okay?
all fixed away, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. Interested in seeing what kind of mid laner we have from each team, what kind of mid matchup we get, because I think there's a potential for some quite aggressive plays, and I think there's some potential to see maybe an outplay. If we have one mid laner outright winning against the other one, and getting in a position where he can really force his opponent back Not only does that have the potential to take an early tier 1 tower in mid, and also make Roshan opportunities safe, but also really makes ganks much more feasible early on.
Okay, so we are going to head into the draft now. Yeah, so hopefully we'll see these plans and these dynamic changes in their team take place. Okay. Okay.
Are we back?
Yeah. So yeah, if you guys want to say what you fancy about their draft choices, I'm definitely going to be keeping it.
I should also just quickly add, I'm very sorry I am back now. Just a quick technical issue there.
Oh, you're back.
All is well now. Sorry about that.
No, don't worry. It's fine. I'm just looking at the... I'm going to assume that we can be heard. I don't know if we can.
Yes,
but
yeah.
Okay. So coin toss. Duck, Grey Duck have gone for second pick as their preferred, and Yorkshire Puddings has responded with Radiant. I do believe not only is that fairly conventional, it's also what we've been going for in our NSC matches recently. There is a preference for kind of the reactive pick that second pick allows you to do. And we're now...
So second pick tends to favor the mid lane, while the first pick you get to normally win side lanes just because of the 16 and 18 picks that you get, that you can counter the 15, 17 picks coming from the second pick. You see the first ban coming in from Radiant. There's lots of strong...
Instant Crystal Maiden ban. I was right.
Yeah. There's lots of ways to draft. I mean, one good way is just to respect banning the heroes that they play. So Crystal Maiden, obviously, clearly guys very experienced with the hero. So, it's just nice to remove that factor. Thinking about meta heroes, meta Phosphors, Clockwork is very strong, Tiny is really strong. You might see some Phoenix as well. There's lots of Rubik actually is also very strong. And looking at the Radiant team, okay, we see the Faceless Void Van, a very strong hero, and Chronosphere is just a strong team fight spell, and it's just hard to deal with.
This is going quite fast. We've got Mars banned on the side of Yorkshire Puddings, and then immediately responding Duck, Grey Duck with a Chaos Knight ban. We're now going into the first pick for Yorkshire Puddings, having removed a comfort support and a fairly tanky and frustrating position 3 offlaner.
5 seconds.
You normally don't see a CK ban, but this is a pretty strong offlane right now with the Aghanim Scepter upgrade. We see the first pick. Oh, this is a uncommon first pick, Disruptor.
Fairly common response though. Snapfire has been doing very well in this patch and is also quite a powerful support and mid laner potentially. Also offers a fair amount of flexibility in the draft. It also offers a great deal of AoE, high damage. The maneuverability of the cookie is potentially quite helpful. Snapfire just works quite well with a lot of different all the different strategies. I'm not sure why it was picked in response to Disruptor. I don't know how you feel about it.
Disruptor is not really a hero you first pick because Disruptor doesn't really affect Snapfire's plans because Disruptor spells are centralized in one area. So if a Snapfire is just completely out of range, and you can just can use the Mortimer Kisses safely, and Disruptor can't really do much about it unless he has vision on the Snapfire. I mean, this Disruptor pick isn't really a usual first pick, so you might see something to go with the Disruptor, something that gives vision, maybe a Night Stalker, and they play a vision strap. They can go Zeus in the later picks for some glimpse center. They go with the Willow. Interesting. Willow does offer some nice CC and also a lot of high damage potential. They have
10
the
seconds
support
remaining.
duos. This support duo is pretty strong in that they can kill together.
5
You
seconds
can gank
remaining.
off without needing a core, just because of Dark Willow's high DPS and Disruptor's lockdown potential.
Think
But
about
they'll-
Roshan fights to the side of Yorkshire Puddings with a Disruptor Dark Willow combo.
Yeah,
Just the
so-
sheer amount of AoE damage.
It's very strong. Although they are both squishy supports, so I think if Duck Grey Duck picks something tanky here, something that could pick these supports off easily, then that's a very good strat. Something like a Tiny might be a very good hero to combo
What
with.
about Axe as well, potentially?
Axe might be good, yep. Depends on what the Radiant picks for the safe lane though. Axe has good potential, especially with the Snapfire. If it's a Snapfire pulse 4, then you have this cookie into the core combo, which is very strong. In lane.
I mean, this is the sort of if we're looking for a tanky plus 3 in a better patch or in a different patch, sorry, where Centaur is better, I would be recommending Centaur Warrunner.
I think Centaur's still fine. But okay, they go with the Zeus pick. Zeus is nice here because it gives just a lot of burst damage, and these are both 2 squishy supports. But it is a very early Zeus pick.
There is the flexibility that Zeus could be responded into mid if necessary.
Yeah, but I think it is most likely the mid Zeus. But this is a very early Zeus pick. Zeus support is very greedy, and Zeus mid can be picked up really easily. There's lots of heroes that can jump onto a Zeus, something like a Storm Spirit, something like a Clockwork, or just lots of heroes really. So you normally don't really see Zeus pick this early, but it's interesting to see what Dr. Grey Duck is planning with the Zeus. You see the TV ban, which is fair because Disruptor Dark Willow don't deal too well with illusions. They're mostly single target heroes.
Do you think we'll see a ban for Phantom Lancer in that case?
We might do.
Radiant team ban.
The TV ban's interesting because normally that indicates something like a anti-mage or a Spectre, heroes that don't do well against a TV. And we do see the Spectre ban in response as normal. Spectre's a very strong ban, and Spectre's also a very tanky carry that can jump onto the Zeus, so it's a good ban to have. Morphling ban, this might be just more of a targeted ban for the Dire team. Morphling's a strong hero, but I wouldn't really put Morphling with Snap or Zeus together.
I like Morphling as simply something that can deal with the supports very well, just the amount of damage and mobility that Morphling has, but I agree that it would be a bit of a strange combination with the heroes that DDGD already have. Anti-mage ban coming out from them.
Yep, it's fair enough. I think these two heroes right now don't do much to an anti-mage, so it's a very good ban to have.
Yeah.
And there's still a Sven in the pool. That Sven is very strong. Jar Ranger is still in the pool. And Jar Ranger can be strong, especially on. I mean, all 4 of these heroes are range heroes, so they can benefit a lot from the Jar aura. Lots of extra armor.
All 4 of the bans that Duck Grey Duck have done have been carries.
Yeah. It just shows you how the carry patch is. And we see 2 more meta carries being banned out, the PA and the Sven. That leaves the Jar Ranger and some few other carry heroes that are uncommon that we might see.
I think that if Duck Grey Duck don't take the Drow right now, Yorkshire Pudding will take it. So I think Drow with Dark Willow and Disruptor is really good.
Yeah. And they did ban all the Drow safe encounters, like the Spectre, the Sven, that can jump on the Drow really easily. So Drow's is a good pick to have here, even at 15.
Normally, I wouldn't like a Drow pick 3rd. I'd say wait, maybe 4th pick. But I think the longer you wait it, the more obvious it becomes that you're doing a Drow.
So it's fine if you ban out all the counters like this.
Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah.
That sounds like a Drow draft to me.
It does sound like a Drow draft. I mean, they can deny pick it here as well. But Vengeful Spirit is usually paired with the Drow Ranger here because it gives it extra attack range, and also the minus armor is really nice. Tidehunter. It's a strong team fight hero, and certainly pairs up nice with the Disrupt and Dark Willow because there's even more team fights.
10
So
seconds remaining.
maybe on
Team
Duck Great
pick.
Duck, you don't want to face them in a 5v5 situation. It's a nice tanky hero. Oh, we see a Rubik.
This is mid.
Yeah, so I mean, it means that either Zeus, so one of these Rubik or
Radiant
Snapfire is
team
playing
back.
either the mid or off lane,
Siren.
and probably Zeus mid. And they go with the Naga Siren pick. Not really. It's just quite a strange
10
pick
seconds
here,
remaining.
just because of all the magic bursts that Duck Grey Duck have.
5 seconds.
So Rubik
Dire
Faithful,
team ban.
Zeus obviously has all three of his spells, and Snapfire has heavy magic damage. So Naga Siren illusions aren't gonna last for long, but if it does get to the very, very late game, where you get maybe 4 or 5 items on Naga Siren, then those
Radiant
illusions are
team
very
ban.
tanky. So they do have the team fight to delay this game as well.
I think Pugna's a very good ban given that they've got a Zeus and a Rubik. Just the sheer amount of dealing with high mana spells and burst works quite well. I like Rubik against
10
Tidehunter,
seconds
Disruptor,
remaining.
and Dark Willow. It's fine against Naga Siren. Obviously,
5 seconds
they
remaining.
pick one afterwards, and you can steal the song. But beyond the song, there's not really very much that you would want from a Naga.
Dark Willow spells are always nice to steal. I think obviously the Tidehunter Ravage is the biggest catch-up here. They go with the Slug bans, and hero you don't see that often recently, but it is a nice hero against the
Dire
Tidehunter.
team ban.
I think I'll still pick the Drow here if I were Duck Grey Duck. It's a very good Drow game. They don't have any ways to jump right now.
Radiant team
And I'll
pick.
be looking to ban heroes that can jump the Zeus, like a Storm Spirit. They go with the Viper bans, which is fair. Viper's a hero that's like stationary, so kind of pairs up nicely when the Tidehunter, Dark Willow, and the Disruptor can all protect the Viper, and the Viper can just dish out
10
spells.
seconds
It also does
remaining.
fine in lane against Zeus, depending on your skill build.
I'm really not
5
sure how
seconds
Duck
remaining.
Grey Duck is laning this. I think they've intentionally made it kind of flexible.
Yeah.
But by picking the Rubik fourth, that does make me question quite a lot.
Probably just a Zeus mid, I think. So
They're very squishy though, aren't they?
yeah. They can, yeah, certainly. The supports are very squishy, but they do have bench sort of save, and the Snapfire can be nice as well. I think we're looking to get. If I were Radiant, I'll probably look to get a jump hero, something like a Void Spirit can be really strong, especially with the Dire heroes only have one reliable disable to catch the Void Spirit, and that's the real big lift right now. And Void Spirit does pretty well in lane against Zeus because you have a very good kill potential at level 6.
I mean, when I've played with Ace in the past and just from drafting, Void Spirit has always come up. We've talked a great deal about Void Spirit. Void Spirit's definitely one of Ace's preferred picks, but they end up going for the Dragon Knight.
Okay.
I like that as well.
So
I think that has a lot of tankiness and damage to it.
Yeah. They have good catch, they have Disruptor and Dark Willow. They don't have a jump right now, so we might see
10
DK going for the
seconds
straight Blink Dagger. DK
5 seconds remaining.
is kind of 50-50 whether he could sustain against a Zeus because of Zeus's aura doing a lot of damage just to strength heroes in general. But if I were, I think I'm really liking the Drow Ranger. I think DK's kind of nice because you get all this plus armor, ignores marksmanship, but Drow just gives lots of tempo and it just destroys Tidehunter in lane. And Naga Siren's gonna need a lot of time to be online. We go with the Cho Warlord instead.
I like that, honestly. I like that a great deal. What do you think about Smash getting an early Blink Dagger on Tidehunter, potentially second item?
Could be viable, yeah.
Cleaver once again showing off with the top tier skins. Absolutely incredible items on the Rubik. We've got Hoy on Troll Warlord, Mammal and Magic on Vengeful Spirit, Carrie Brownstein on Snapfire, and Chrysopos by process of elimination on the Zeus. On the Radiant side, we have Arasite and Disruptor, Spartan as Dark Willow, Smash as Tidehunter, Ace as Naga Siren, and Tetra as Dragon Knight.
There's a lot of static going on right now.
Are you getting static? Okay,
Yeah,
so
static.
we're back we're back on the big panel. That was very interesting. And you know, I think it's going to be an interesting game. Okay, so how do you think
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, go on, Dan.
Yeah, what do those picks mean basically for both of the teams? What do you think the strategies are now going forward into match one?
So Radiant team has this 4 protect 1 style where they create space for the Naga Siren to farm, and these 4 heroes are pretty strong as a 4. They have lots of team fights, so they can go barrel down a lane, push some towers, create space for the Naga. On the opposite end, you kind of have a mixed strategy draft on the Dire hand side. They have a lot of magical burst damage for the Naga, so they have good team fight. They have ways to deal with the Radiant heroes. Like Tidehunter's pretty susceptible to magic damage, Naga Siren's susceptible to AoE magic damage. So we're gonna likely see a lot of damage being dealt out left and right from the Dire team. But if they're not careful and they lose supports first or if they fight into the Radiant team's ultimates, then things can look bad for them.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have just heard that it is finally time for the main event match 1. The players are ready and waiting, so we will hand you over to you 2 commentators who will be taking you through the game today.
So you have pretty standard item build so far.
Is there anything that stands out to you?
Not for now. These are nice. Like it's nice having lots of regen. And this starting with the Null Talisman. It's pretty interesting actually. You can either start with a Null Talisman or you can go for a double Mantle Circlet, which builds into 2 Null Talisman. You normally want 2 Null Tallies on Zeus anyway, just for it gives extra mana regen, so you can spam Q out. And you go like double Null Tallies, maybe bottle, depending on the lane, and then or just fish out lots of clarities and just farm basically. We see wards being popped out. Dire getting unconventional will spot. Kerry Brown's testing the rune here. These spells, and I think this is slightly more Radiant favored. Kerry Brownstein tanking a lot of damage there. The Disruptor Q does a lot of damage, especially even at level 1. So you have to be careful. See the Fade bolt skills being up.
How are the runes split up? We've got Smash. We've got 2/2 runes.
Willow might have been in trouble here. She's taking a lot of damage. The magic missile applied. The right click.
Yep, she falls. Foy gets an early first blood against a Willow and then immediately TPs to top lane.
Yeah. Dark Willow didn't have to secure the Q first to get the rune, so she didn't have the defensive spell. See, so the Zeus has gone for the W first. We normally see the Zeus builds being 4-0-2 right now, and you just spam out arc lightning. But the W build is interesting. It provides a lot of burst damage, but it does cost a lot of mana. It's good for 1/1. Normally you might take. I think Static Field's a very good spell, so especially against DK. So probably want to take that as well.
I'm just taking a look at the situation in bot lane. We've got an interesting, a fairly good ward by the Radiant, and we've got a ward in mid to protect the Zeus for the Dire, and then also one to protect the DK, kind of pretty much in the same position. I think they more or less cancel each other out.
Yeah. DK is
he's getting involved a lot.
Zeus has placed his ward so it's more like it's in a very defensive position. It's hard to get de-warded when you place it on the right like this. We see the Radiant ward on the bottom left. This will spot any Dire like hard campers, so make sure they don't get any like cheeky pulls off and like lose Naga farm. And yeah, it's very hard to trade into a Disruptor here, seen by Rubik, but Disruptor has lost a lot of his mana. So once Cleaver guy gets his health back, they can start to go aggressive, especially at level 3 when they hit a power spike with level 2 W and Snapfire as well.
What do you think about the last hit situation?
Keeping Ace, dodging the cookie very nicely. Last hit situation, Zeus normally expected to get a lot of last hits, and also he's a stronger player than Tetra, so kind of expect him to dominate the lane. Smash is getting a nice amount of last hits. This is nice. Trollwall is a pretty hard lane, like just because of its rolling axes and just doing a lot of damage in general in lane. So he's doing pretty well for himself, but Troll just lost it dicey. Naga's getting a lot of farm here.
Quite a lot of damage against the Vengeful Spirit in top lane.
She gets
Forced to use a Fairy Fire,
Yep.
but
Well.
falls to...
Ooh, nicely done kill. Has to be a bit too close to the enemy.
Quite aggressive
Mm-hmm.
and punished for it. We already have a bottle on the Zeus,
Yep.
and we have 17 last hits on Troll Warlord as well,
Yep.
and 2 denies. So quite kind of outpacing his opposite number there. Gone for an early Wraith Band and moving into Magic Wand. If we take a look at Zeus, hasn't yet to buy boots, and Rubik as well. So we have potentially some quite slow heroes on the diet right now.
Yeah.
What do you-
Probably going to see the double nail tallies for Zeus. They're going for a pull here, but outside blocks it. Nicely done. But he might be in trouble here. Do they have the cookie follow up? It's there.
They followed up.
Like Carry Bounce doesn't have mana left for her nuke, but the right clicks are enough to get the disruptor down. There's a nice kill, but Naga is still farming nicely. And you want to ideally contest the Naga more than the disruptor.
I think Disruptor dying is much better for Radiant than if Naga had fallen, but
Yeah.
it does put pressure on the Naga anyway.
Yeah, and it's nice. Like even these deaths can be nice just because you can go back to base and bring any carry items that they need, and you're making the enemy spend mana on you, so that means there's less focus on the Naga. So sometimes it's just good to just die as opposed to fight like that.
Yeah.
So that, I mean,
I'm just
Magic's
looking
doing
at the build that Disruptor's got queued up. He's going for Yule Scepter as expected, and also Arcane Boots. But has absolutely none of it right yet. Quite underfarmed. Arasite only has a single last hit right now. But Tidehunter has gone for a Bracer. We have an Arcane Rune in the mid on Zeus, and Tetra kind of forced back a level behind, and also wary of the Arcane Rune and the amount of damage potential in a short amount of time that Zeus can put out, although Zeus is low on mana.
He's gone for
Venge.
Venge snuffed up, but it runs out. If we have a point in DK have a point in the stun here, which might not be so good for the lane. You're not going to likely kill the Zeus. And they're rotating over mid here. 2 heroes coming up behind the DK. Let's see if you can get some action happening. TP rotations from the Willow. It's a lot of damage coming out there.
Venge dies as well for this.
Yeah.
Cleaver's low, Zeus is low, and we now have a position where the mid farm effectively goes to Willow for a short amount of time, just while they're waiting for DK to come back. So that's kind of nice for the Willow, but obviously you don't want your Dragon Knight to die. But the fact that they ended up quite low after that does mean that they can't push further on the tower. Regen Rune.
Yeah, this is very big. That's a good farm.
Zeus is gonna now out-farm everyone after this. This is a massive amount of last hits. Smash just about survived. Tidehunter nearly went down to
fire goes out.
You kind of want...
It's
hard to put a ward against this, but you kind of want a ward at night time. And we see Smash getting gone on, but they don't have any further disables. The stun on the Chol should let Smash escape. The Dark Willow charging up her Shadow Realm. Small harass. Zeus ulti coming in kills the Disruptor on bottom lane. And it's a nice rotation. I think the Naga Siren's been forced to go retreat into her jungle. And couple of things to note. Ganks, you want to coordinate between when the catapult wave comes. So 5 minutes, 10 minutes are really good times to gank, because that means you can push the wave of the catapult and take the opposing tower. But still, creating ganks like these is nice pressure for the enemy team.
Troll has 6 and together with the Venge goes against Tidehunter. Tidehunter might just get out of this, but is killed by Venge with the Scream. Venge, I think, is going to die for this. Yeah, I don't know if Troll can get the kill on Willow. Doesn't want to risk it.
Oh, she's walking back in.
Going for it. She
Yeah,
walks
yes,
back
running
in, and that is very much not the right move. I think the Willow almost certainly dies here.
Yeah, he hasn't got mana. I might try to deny himself to neutrals.
Did not succeed.
It was a nice attempt.
Yeah, it was the right thing to do, but it only kind of almost made up for doing the wrong thing earlier.
Oh,
Zeus
Tetra.
did die to Tetra in mid,
Yeah.
but there was a TP from the Venge to kind of make up for that. My bad in allies chat from Chrysopos. Mandalo Magic hopefully will get level 4 because the Venge is only level 3 at the moment, up against a Dragon Knight level 8, who also is looking kind of spooky.
That's a really bad situation for the Dire because now the DK with the DK form can do a lot of damage to the tower, especially with the corrosive breath. So this support was, this TP support was really, really important just because you can kill the creeps faster. The Venge rate.
I should have maybe mentioned this earlier, but there was a really deep ward that the Dire got on the top lane in the jungle. I'm not entirely sure who put that there.
Probably Vanilla Magic. This is a bit too early with how the lane's going. But
yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about it.
If the Naga was pressured more, it's a really nice ward to have. And Tetra getting another kill in the mid lane.
Tetra's doing well. But Tetra is killed in response by another Zeus ult. Zeus is now 2 for 2 with kills per ult. And we're moving on to a phase of the game where it's becoming increasingly important that the last hits are so heavily in the favor of the Dire, who are 3k up. We have 53 and 17 on the Troll Warlord and 50 and 5 on the Zeus. Radiant are lagging behind economically.
Radiant's middle tower is
Root
under
attempt,
attack.
but I don't think they have the damage for this. Ty doesn't have the mana, certainly. I'm gonna go for... Is that a Meteor Hammer? That might be a Meteor Hammer being queued up from a smash. It's
Spartan's gonna die again.
Yeah, Spartan doesn't have the Shadow Realm as well.
Yeah, Rubik managed to destroy basically all of the trees in that section of the top lane, making it so there wasn't really anywhere that Willow could juke to.
Bottom lane, Disruptor's getting cornered by carry. Oh, he's using a Soul Ring. He's very low on carry.
Is under attack.
Zeus gets another kill.
Oh, and he found.
Oh, we have a disconnect on Dark Willow. That's a pause. This gives us a little bit of time to just take a look at any kind of item choices. I want to point out Vengeful Spirit going Tranquil Boots as opposed to either the Mana Boots or alternatively Power Treads. On Zeus, we have 2 Null Talismans early, as you mentioned, and the bottle. Beyond that, seems to be going Ether Lens, and then I imagine potentially either a Yules or an Atos after that. I'm not sure exactly when Zeus wants to go for his Ags, but I think the damage potential can scale up quite drastically. I'm just looking at Dark Willow, has over 1,000 gold in the bank and isn't really sure what to spend it on. Hopefully... Oh! We've got a reconnect. Willow is back. What has Tidehunter got? Tidehunter has a Ring of Health and is getting a Void Stone to complete that.
Yeah, Perseverance. I'm building two things. One was a Battle Theory, one was a Meteor Hammer.
Yeah. Maybe he just wants a casual Perseverance. You know...
I think this is the Vanilla Magic kill. This might be just the Zeus kill in the middle lane. Yeah.
Oh, you're looking at the replay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at people's item builds. Naga Siren's obviously going for a Yasha to Diffusal Blade, but isn't very far along it at the moment. Naga Siren is taking advantage of the many illusions to try and farm out jungle camps, but there isn't actually that much damage that the Naga has right now, so quite a lot of mana is having to be put out just to get relatively little farm, and is now being gone on by Manlight Magic, who is only 2 levels below the
Not by
Naga
OT onto the Naga Siren, but I don't think the damage is enough. And Aristite.
The ult damage might have been enough if it had hit, but I think maybe one of them at most hit, so very, very low.
Oh, the Chrysophos getting in the kill.
Christopher's getting the kill is very significant. We then have Carrie Brownstein going in on our side, finished off by Manalo Magic. Spartan getting a bit of damage into Carrie, but 4 against 1, you don't really want to pressure that too much. And there's also War Division revealed.
So this is a very good rotation. We talked about the catapult wave, and Dire does have a catapult wave. Safe lane tier 1 tower is a really important tower to take. They spot out Spartan here with the lightning ball.
Just using that permanent vision advantage that having a Zeus in your team runs. Just the ability to always lightning strike and know when someone's hiding, and then use that to your advantage. Getting another kill. Zeus is now... How many kills does Zeus even have? Zeus is 5 and 1. So that's excellent. Obviously the one death wasn't ideal, but I think Zeus is doing very well so far this game. We have 73 last hits from Troll Warlord. So the
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Mid lane, more action. Zeus is being attacked, and we also have Eva coming to help against Petra, who is in a bit of a nasty situation. We have Fire Breath stolen by the Rubik.
Yep.
This might lead to Petra's death. Cleaver is on the killing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Damage amplification is too
Radiant
strong.
structures
And
are
like
fortified.
Static does so much damage to DK, because DK is not really a tanky hero that's resistant to physical attacks, but against Zeus with magical damage and a max HP aura damage.
And a
too
D
strong.
hero as well.
Yeah. Well, this Titan still has the perseverance. I'm not sure what. I hope it's not a battle theory.
I'm just looking at the auras that we have on the Dire side. Not only do you have the damage aura from Vengeful Spirit, you also have Zeus's aura as well. Zeus's passive static field. We have on Rubik, we have Arcane Supremacy, which obviously only applies to Rubik himself, but it's still significant. And then on Troll, we have the ever-important Fervor. So there's quite a lot of passive effects that are just kind of permanently making things stronger on the side of Dire. We do have another pause necessitated by a disconnect from the Dark Willow once more.
So we see there's this attempt to cleave a lift, and the Tetra's manning up here. He sees this is pretty low, but unfortunately doesn't have the damage after the deal. The Dragon's Breath.
Dark Willow didn't take Terrorize at level 6. I think that's right.
Might be a misclick. Normally want to take it.
Oh, right. He just hasn't leveled it up yet. He's got 3 points in the Shadow Realm and a point each in Bramble and Cursed Crown. So might just be saving the point. Tidehunter seems to have... Tidehunter has got the Meteor Hammer queued up. And isn't too far away from it.
Middle tower is under attack.
People complaining about campus Wi-Fi. People are putting Pog champs in chat. Somebody googled tetrafluoromethane. Didn't you say not to blame your tools? Oof. Carrie Ramstein getting a bit spicy. Disruptor, not really any closer to the Yule Scepter.
Carry bounce that's gonna. So let's talk about the Snapfire Axe. It's interesting in this game mainly because you have no real good heroes that you can launch. The Troll Warlord you can launch, you don't really want to throw your Troll that far unless it's a winning fight. Because if you throw your Troll with the Snapfire Axe onto, let's say, this team, he either A gets glimpsed back by the disruptor, or B gets the stun and then gets CC. They have a lot of CC, so it's not really a good game for Snapfire Axe. But I mean, it does give good damage, and you can always throw a creep, which is nice.
I mean, maybe he's just buying it for the stats.
Nah, you never buy Axe for stats.
Campus Wi-Fi plague of disconnects. Player is disconnected. Player disconnected. Yeah, we're getting confusion in the chat. We've apparently never seen a disconnect before. We do have. Oh, the player has returned. The game unpausing. We can look at the massively farming Hoy in the top lane once more, killing neutral creeps and just getting a great deal. Speaking of which, what are the neutral items looking like? Can we take a look at that?
Iron Talon on the DK. That's really nice. You normally put it on a Naga. I guess Naga doesn't need it because she has illusion. I think Troll Warlord also has an Iron Talent, which is really nice. Troll Warlord probably should swap towards the Ancients now, because he's going Battle Fury as well. It's more efficient to just farm the Ancients. And so Zeus, yeah, we haven't talked about Zeus and his D-warding. Zeus has the ability to find invis objects or units, and Observer Ward is one of them. So you have to be really careful where you place wards, otherwise Zeus gets a nice, just easy D-wards. So you can just see some, might see some unconventional position of warding. See the Troll has finished his Battle Fury now. Might go Sanjin Yasha next.
We've got a faded brooch on the Zeus, and
it's
also
like
the regen rune being used.
I think mid lane there might be
top tower has
some attempts are going on. Looks like the Disruptor did fall to the Willow, so to the Vengeful. We see Snapfire ulti being used, but there's no lockdown or follow up. Troll Warlord's running into the Dire side, and Zeus is throwing out some spells. Troll Warlord looks like has gone in. The Disruptor ulti does not land. Big Ravage landing onto all 5 enemy heroes. It's stolen by the Rubik!
Survives. Troll survives with an excellent swap from the Venge. Rubik's Steel is very good. Not going to get any more of it, but I think just saving the Troll with the Venge is good. But I think Venge dies here, and using 3 to just barely keep Troll Warlord alive. You know, it's fine, but you'd really rather not have all of this death going around.
I definitely overextended there, and they also didn't have any spells left. Snapfire ulti kind of whiffed. They already used the Zeus ulti, and they don't have any other. They don't have any other strong team fight apart from those 2 spells. So you know,
denied mid tower. Still 7k up on the side of the Dire. I wonder how much of that is Troll. Naga now has 92 up.
The big Ravage coming out, 5-man Ravage, and unfortunately dropped it didn't hit anyone, but I think Titanhunter didn't have a spell to cast after Ravage, so he got stolen by the Rubik. It was good that the Rubik stole it back, because otherwise it would have been even more of a disaster potentially.
Yeah, without Rubik stealing there, I think Troll does die.
Going for the status resistance build, which is nice. Lots of disabled, but it's probably on a BKB as well against a Disruptor. So
Snapfire is now only 600 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter. And Troll Warlord has Battle Fury and then going into Sanj and Yasha.
It's the status.
Oh, right. Satanic being queued up after that.
Yeah.
The best. Just the sustain is really good. Arasite's dead.
Yeah. I mean, Scaling Beam's back. Is there a swap available? Did you land the Magic Missile?
There's another kill.
Finishing the kill.
And Manolo gets a kill on an Observer Ward for 167 gold. Sentry Ward killed by Zeus once more. The amount of money that you must save as Zeus on detection.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We do see the hood coming up from DK, which is expected. Too much magic damage coming in. And you probably going for the Blink Dagger, which is much needed as well. You need to try catch Zeus in the backline.
I imagine
did you have Ravage available? So they can fight it. Cracking Shell, dispelling the Magic Missile stun. Getting lifted up here. Big Ravage, but stolen by Rubik again. The big damage.
Smash is dead. Excellent Zeusel. Carry getting a kill on Ace. And then chasing Sparks down. 4 dead.
That's right.
4 dead at the side of the Radiant. Petra ulted alone mid lane. And just thrown Rubik. Managing to steal the Fire Breath. Zeus chasing. A dragon can only fly so far. And when everyone is continually battering with abilities and attacks, Zeus doesn't want to overextend.
Yeah,
but that fight was very bad for Radiant. I can't really express how bad losing everyone but your ulted Dragon Knight is.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
So we see the replay here. The Kraken Shield dispelling the Magic Missile stun immediately, getting lifted up. You see the big Ravage, because Rubik immediately steals it. And they see that they did fear the Rubik, but It's only level 1 fear. And they have the magic damage. Starfire ulti was uninterrupted as well. So much magic damage coming from the Zeus. Zeus able to cast these spells in the backline freely.
Right. Was there any particular moment that really stood out from you from that fight? Do you think?
The Ravage still was really big. Well done by Cleveland.
Denied.
You have the Ether Lens finished, so it's much easier to steal these important spells like Ravage and so on. Just running out of mana. You see RSI being gone on by the Chill Wall, slowed down, and the Magic Missile isn't enough to secure the kill.
I think at this point it's looking pretty unlikely, to say the least, that the Radiant will come back, having only taken one tower, being 12k down at 19 minutes, and having an 11k Troll Warlord at your gates isn't great, at least. Carrie Brownstone might die here, though. Smash.
Be fine. It's a tanky boy. That's Champ Hero.
They've got 3 potentially going after him. Cleaver does have a little dragon fire to put off any. We have Tranquil Boots being purchased on the Rubik. Nice little bit of movement speed. Philosopher's Stone being found by Ace. That's very good.
Give it to the Disruptor.
Yeah, exactly.
Meteor Hammer. Yeah, they really need a pipe this game. I think maybe but they need a blink on DK as well, so DK can't go it. They have to build it on the
Song. Also, Diffusal Blade was purchased by Naga.
So obviously, draining the mana on Troll Warlord is pretty big, because if you can drain the mana, then he can't cast his ulti, so Diffusal Blade. But it is very hard to get up on top of this Troll Warlord right now, especially with the Sanjin Yasha. And once he has a Satanic, all the disables are going to be very, very short. It's going to go for... Ooh, is that Boost of Travels on the Naga?
I really do like status resist builds. Like, you pointed it out, but now that I'm thinking about it, status resist against a against what the Radiant have is really good. Just the... I mean, everything is stuns and slows, whether it's Mareska, Dragon Knight, Troll, not Troll, Titan.
They have the set though. This is pretty good. But they're just going to choose to back off. Actually, Troll World was there, so they probably couldn't put down much. I think Rangers is in a really nice position as well, ready to stop save anyone. Tetra.
There's a very long cooldown on Song of the Siren. 140 seconds even with Scepter.
Carry bounce. They're being very collapsed onto the map here. You can just see have what the effect of taking all these tier 1 towers does. It's just so tight. The map feels so tight. You know, there's just nowhere to farm. DK can't get his blink dagger, and the Naga's also conflicted in where she can farm. She's not getting as much last hits as she wants to.
I'm just thinking about the D-push potential of the Radiant in the event, which seems quite likely that they are facing up against your high ground. How easy is it for Arasite and his buddies to force back?
I might catch the Zeus here. The glimpse is there.
That's a dead Zeus. That's a dead Zeus.
Nicely done by Arasite.
Bench was kind of walking towards as if to say, I will sacrifice myself for you. And then he saw Zeus die, and he kind of just waddled away. It was very, very sad.
Back a bit too long on the Zeus. No one wanted back with your team, so you don't get. If you get glimpse like that, then your team can back you up immediately. But
yeah, I mean, a glimpse when you're alone is a death.
Carry around sign. Try and get
Imp Claw found by Smash.
Yeah,
that would probably go to the Naga, right?
It's not very good on the Naga. You just want stats really. Something like a Bam Race is probably the best.
I mean, Bam Brace is on the Dragon Knight. Do you think they should swap items?
I think for now it's fine because the Naga's just farming.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
If the Naga wants to fight, probably give her the Bam Brace. Illusions be tankier. Yeah, the replay before.
The chatter ranking Cleaver guy as being a more skilled player than Hoy.
It's a swap save actually. If I notice now, the swap save I was nice as well. But you have a glimpse back onto Kyrios. The Kyrios is very tanky, nice swap. Right, man,
that was a very good swap. And now the ult actually doing a massive amount. It's a great kill, followed up by the kill that Chrysopos gets. Tetra left once again alone in a pretty sad situation. Boy chasing after him. Yep. Just a single axe to the back of the head, taking down a Hoi that's sorry, not a Hoi, a DK that's already afflicted by the urn and any number of other things. Arrowsight against Cleaver.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's a lot of damage with the Rubik's spell. Might be a kill. Get another urn charge off. Yeah.
Arrowsight walled almost. This isn't looking good for the Radiant.
It's 18k up, 24 minutes in. Not really something you want to see, but there's still a Naga potential. So
I wonder what this is confidence. Let's see what he's up to.
Did you want to see a Glimmer Cape coming in from both teams? It's a very good Glimmer game. There's lots of magic damage flying around.
What do you think is the priority for Ace's build?
Oh, you should.
Because I'm just looking right now. He's gone Boots of Travels after.
You definitely don't go Boots of Travels anymore on Naga Siren. So it gives you movement speed, which is nice, but it's not. There's not.
It doesn't give you full potential, and it doesn't give. Well, it doesn't give you damage.
The positive, it gives you split push. Split push is always nice if you want to delay the game. But it's just, it's 2k gold spent a lot, and they're going to Song here. They have the Ravage follow-up. Let's see if we can time it properly. They do so. But Rubik steals Ravage! Oh no, he steals Anchor Smash this time. And
okay, we have a pause.
Yeah, they go in pause.
Game crashed. His game crashed. This time we've got some issues on the side of the Dire, but let's take a look at this fight. So first of all, Radiant kills the Roshan.
There's a replay right now. So Carry Bounce gets socked in here, man of the match, very well done, and they use the Snapfire ulti to do lots of damage. Troll Water coming in as well to secure the kill on the DK.
Smash might die here, but Carry's also looking pretty low. Smash gets...
He looks back.
Arrowsight and Smash dying at the same time. One incredible Zeus ult. Triple kill for Chrysopos. Tetra is once again left alone, but we also have a Naga in bot lane. Getting quite low, despite not really having much to do with the fight. Actually, Naga traveled out, right? Naga was there for...
We kind of see the problems in the Radiant draft right now. We see they don't have a way to jump these backline heroes. The Venge and the Zeus are the two most important kills you can get. So that Venge can't save her. You have to kill Venge first because Venge is the save, and otherwise you can put all your damage onto Troll Warlord, but then you get socked out and saved. And then Zeus is also a very important target because he's the backline caster. If you can't, Zeus is doing a lot of damage right now. So if you can't,
Venge has demonstrated the power of the save as well.
Yeah.
Just thinking about the Venge save, as you mentioned, it's prevented a lot of fights from going in the way of the Radiant when it was maybe Radiant's only option.
Because you see, these stuns don't last anything. Troll Warlord the status build. And they back him off the Nimbus as well. 2 dead. It's up to having to buy back. They do lose the racks.
24k down, 26 minutes in. Carrie Brownstein throwing a Hoi into your backline. Smash might die just anyway. If Smash survives, Smash did not survive. If Smash had survived, it would have been entirely due to the Dark Willow.
Dire's courier has been killed.
But we're seeing some quite cruel behavior. Yeah, just kind of fountain farming.
Some cheeky fountain farming. He can't jump out of kinetic field, unfortunately. Everyone's getting stuck here. But he's so tanky, and there's a glimmer save from Mana.
Oh my god, we've got
so much
Rubik's Golden Disruptor ult.
Getting glimpse back, he walks into the root. DK, there's a Naga song as well, but they don't have Ravage to follow this up with. So this is very awkward. Stunning the DK, but DK is a very fast boy, even though they've already used...
Carry might not even die here. Spartan dies, Carry doesn't die, Ace dies, this is a GG. Tell me how this is not a GG, right?
Very strong. 20k Christmas. Get him burned! He's trying to TP out. The Meteor Hammer follow up after the Ravage.
Meteor Hammer post Ravage. is interesting.
Radiant's
Cookie
bottom
save is
barracks are
enough.
under attack.
Yeah, this is demoralizing.
He's just standing still. I think he's shopping on the Troll Warlord.
What has he bought? What has he bought? Let's see.
Radiant's
Ghost
bottom
Gary Brownstead is saying he
No,
wants
he's
cookies.
stopping the Troll Warlord in! Oh! Stops the Troll Warlord
Oh,
ulti. He's gonna keep my life a bit. He's stunned. He's stunned up. He does die to the fountain. Aegis. See the
Aegis going off.
I'm in the future hammer.
Radiant's top tower
And it
is
stuns it up
under
the
attack.
DK. They launched the Venge then. Avoid the Warlord.
Venge got his full save the Troll Warlord because Venge got ulted into the fountain by Gary Brownstein. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Venge getting
Playing
stunned.
Conference may very well have fed the Radiant a tiny amount of hope. But yeah, Cleaver gets out alive. Cleaver is shaking his head, wondering how the team possibly got so cocky. They could have ended that right there, and they chose not to. So that's I imagine it's a chip on the shoulder of the Radiant.
He uses just to launch his Venge's only save. And Troll, yeah, very and Manny then pops the Ghost Scepter. He's not even tanked the fountain time.
Troll nearly got out of that as well. Imagine if Troll survives that. Imagine the amount of morale damage inflicted upon the Radiant in that event. And let's look at the items again. We've got a Titan Sliver and Troll Warlord's hands. Tel's Keen Optic Disruptor. Implore on Tidehunter now. Aquila still on Naga. Philosopher's on Dark Willow and Vambrace on Dragon Knight. Anything in there that really stands out to you?
Implore on Titan's really nice. Get the damage when you use your Anchor Smash. And but yeah, otherwise it's pretty standard. Status, I mean, Titan Sliver is more status resistant for the Troll Warlord. So, you know, it's just like, stuns are like mini stuns right now.
Yeah. Stuns are mini stuns. Oh, what else have we got? 27,000 up, despite having several people feeding themselves directly to the tower. We have Tetra, where the only visible part of the Dragon Knight is the little pumpkin. And we also have
Radiant's
outposts
top
potentially
tower
being
is under
contested.
attack.
Rubik might, after killing Smash alongside Manila Magic, go and try and take the bottom outpost.
I don't know if the support you can kill him. No, it's very tanky.
I mean, they dodged out of the way of the meteor hammer. There's a lot of resistance reduction.
Radiant's top tower
There
is
we
under
go.
attack.
That's the job of the Zeus. Steal the
Tetra.
kill that you might not have.
Now Tetra getting caught up by the cookie here. Lift it up.
Radiant's
Help
tower
the-
has fallen.
Do you have vessel charges for this? The vessel charge on him. Oh, the DK's not being stolen and the launch as well. So much magic damage.
So they get the Dragon Tail on Rubik.
It's really it's nice, I think.
Radiant's
The problem
top
is
tower
it's like
is under
very
attack.
short range, but with V for length is pretty good.
Oh, that's
But
such
also-
a stupid way to die to Zeus. He nimbuses, and in the mini stun from the Nimbus, hits you with 2 more spells, and then get hit by the
Radiant's
Nimbus
top
again.
tower has fallen.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Radiant's top barracks are under
Oh.
attack.
I don't think he will live that
Radiant's
anyway.
top barracks
They're taking
Yeah.
the
has
final
fallen.
set of racks. It's
Regardless,
really
Radiant's top
that was
barracks
just
has fallen.
great. Rude.
gonna be mega keys for the deity.
Yeah,
and I think
Matrix already. You've got a
Okay.
troll just
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
attacking your balls, and then Naked Ancient.
Radiant's middle tower has
just-
fallen.
It's just foul at this
Radiant's
point.
Ancient
36k.
is
We are
under
now
attack.
well and truly past the point where it's over 1,000 gold a minute difference.
I mean, they're still making a stand. We see the team fight coming in. Showwaller getting launched up, dropping the ulti as well. Ravage in the backline. Showwaller's tanking everything. Pops the Satanic. Is hammering on the Naga Siren. Naga Siren cannot do anything, unfortunately. Showwaller does
Blood
also
is
fall.
more than double the net worth of the highest net worth member of the Radiant team.
Yeah, I kind of
Beyond that,
expected.
you're putting the next highest,
Radiant structures are fortified.
9,400 now,
Radiant's ancient
gold,
is under attack.
which is less than the Rubik by 3,000 gold. Yeah, this was
Dire
absolutely
victory.
dominant. A GG from Spark 034. response. Very friendly from Hoy. Wow. Dr. Green absolutely bashed it out of the park. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah,
Nikki?
what?
I think they just played as a team probably better, and some of the fights they took was a bit wonky, but they did the important rotations where they took all these outer towers earlier, and Radiant got squished on the map. They didn't have any place to farm. They got just net, and then they just built. The dire side did a considerable net worth lead, and yeah, they won all the fights from there. Nice top states.
Really point out Carrie Brownstein as well. 19 assists on the Snapfire, and despite the potentially questionable build of the Aghanim Scepter, it was made to work. But I do think that the standout performances on the side of Dr. Greyduck are from Cleaver Guy and Chrysopolis. Hoy did some monstrous things on the amount of advantage that I think Cleaver Guy's play in particular was quite spectacular. Some excellent steals. Particularly, I think did we have 2 or 3 Ravage steals? It was something.
We had at least 2.
Yeah, there were more than there should have been. Enough Ravage steals that as a Tide Hunter, you don't feel good about that. I'm trying to think what other notable steals there were. There were several very effective steals of the damage-reducing fire from Dragon Knight and also stuns, and I believe there was a glimpse steal as well. Our side was quite unfortunate.
It was a disruptor OT steal, static storm.
Yeah, disruptor static storm was stolen, and there wasn't any dragon transformation steals though. But yeah, we'll not go through every spell and whether or not Rubik got to play with it. What kind of comments do you two have, Dan and Adrian, about the absolute battering that we've just witnessed?
Well, there's no doubt that it was a battering. It was quite clear that Dr. Greyduck had a very, very strong offensive strategy from the beginning, and even though that I'm sure me and Dan were both hoping that Yorkshire Puddings are able to kind of take advantage of any weaknesses that Dr. Greyduck might have, it was clear within the very first few moments of the game that things were going to lean in a certain direction. But I think it just increases the pressure on the Yorkshire Puddings a little bit now, because they know they've got some making up to do. I think catching up. Sorry, not making up. They got some catching up to do, and I think that pressure might instill a little bit more energy, a little bit more focus in their strategy, and it makes for a little bit of a challenge for them, and that challenge we might see something very extraordinary in the next game. We'll see.
Absolutely. Do you think that there'll be any strategy changes, Grace, for next round for the Yorkshire Puddings? Yes. Yeah.
Personally, I would say that I think that they might change up some of the builds slightly. I don't necessarily think that this was an outdraft. I think it was more of a display in the game itself rather than in the draft phase. But I do think maybe going for potentially items which have a more immediate impact in the game, whether they allow for farm and also tankiness, or whether they allow for team fight. Like me and Makito were talking about Ace's choice to get Boots of Travels. I think potentially either something that deals a little bit more damage, or something that enables you to kind of not necessarily survive a Troll Warlord, but certainly at least a few seconds of Zeus might be more in order.
I think they probably need to do some more rotations. Like you saw on the dire side, you see the supports rotate to the mid lane to gank the DK, and you can also see Zeus going around a lot in the other lanes to push towers and so on. So that kinds of rotation create a lot of map pressure, and it'll be nice if the Radiant team can implement some strategies to either prevent the enemy team from doing that, or enabling that from themselves as well.
I do think they had some quite good coordination in the team fights themselves. Like they clearly had an idea of what they wanted to do when it comes to power impactful ultimates. There was good coordination, especially between Disruptor and Tidehunter, and I think they managed to get some very good uses of the song off. I'm not really sure what impact Dragon Knight had in most of their team fights, just because it seemed like he was low damage enough that they could just leave him till the end and then kill him after everyone else was dealt with. You shouldn't be able to leave the mid laner alone and not get punished for that.
But most of that is just because of DK didn't really have a good lane to start with. No, if normally DK is a niche a lane, a hero that takes the enemy tower as fast as possible, then rotates his dragon form to take the other towers. But he didn't, because just the dire support rotations to kill off the DK were really important to stop DK from doing any of that. So DK just did not have a game at all. Had to be able to herd instead of the blink first, so couldn't set up plays early. And yeah, it's nicely done from the Dire team.
Absolutely. Well, we're now going to take a short break before we head into game 2 so that our teams can regroup and prepare for the next round. We'll be back with you very soon. take about 3 minutes, and then.
Yeah, we're live, by the way.
All right, well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final of the Jorvik League. We're now in the second round of the tournament, and after a strong start for Duck Grey Duck in the first game, can the Yorkshire Puddings pull it back to even the score, or will Duck Grey Duck take an early victory? Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the first game.
Monster kill.
I mean, I had just asked, is it going to be straight?
Say it again.
I just asked, is it going to be straight to replay?
I just went to get a cup of tea. I didn't realize that it was live yet.
It's okay. You got a bit of chair cam, that's fine.
Radiant's
Okay.
bottom has
We're just looking at a replay. Can they hear us?
Yes.
Oh, didn't know.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Very good stop here.
Dire's structures
The
are
Twitch
fortified.
chat are laughing at me. I'm just looking at just how
This will sap some other stuff.
just because that was a moment where Tidal tried to.
You lack discipline.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Hadn't known about it, might have made the Zeus look like a more gankable target. This is one of the deaths of Manolin
Oh, nice
Magic.
kill. You have the
Yeah,
boots
there was
advantage
some,
from
there were some very good early kills on the side of the Radiant, and this was one of them.
the boots advantage from the Titan is really nice here. It's like Vengeful can't run away, especially after Big Gush.
Oh yeah, Vengeful was so slow in that situation. There's of course the final moment of the game. Yeehaw from Carrie Brownstein.
37k network is a very big lead.
What does the 2A stand for? In Duck Grey Duck 2A.
I'm not quite sure, to be honest.
No idea.
You know, 3.
No.
And,
I mean, we change names every year, so I haven't been keeping up.
I've no idea. But yeah. Yorkshire Puddings has a very, very loving logo, very lovable logo. It's just some Yorkshire puddings. It's very
Yeah, I saw that. I thought that was quite tasteful.
Yeah, whereas Duck Grey Duck, they have a duck, and then another duck, and then you'll not believe this. Then they've got a grey duck. It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's even in the right
Absolutely.
order.
Well, the
we can
draft phase for match 2 is about to begin, so we'll head right over there now.
Dire
Right.
team back.
Banning the
now
CK again, and then this first ban Zeus instantly, which is interesting.
Ooh.
After
Dire
the,
team back.
it's fair. After they first phased Zeus last time, you just take it out. It's they don't really have the answers for it off game, so you just ban it out. And they ban Viper and the CM CM Cleaver ban as well to follow up. So I mean, they might try go with the Snapfire pick again. We saw that it was a very strong hero last game. Might pick
10 seconds.
the Venge also did a lot of work. So they might pick Venge again. It's very
5 seconds.
very nice.
It's perfectly
to have.
possible that they start with something that's just a little bit out there completely. It's something that they didn't already show off. They might want to kind of demonstrate something like an Ogre Magi.
Ogre Magi's it's like Ogre Magi's a pick that's just usually just delegated to the pos 5, but it's just still a nice early pick because it's very very strong in lane. And it's just tanky in general. It's just Spirit Breaker coming in from the Dire side. So this is going to allow the Dire side to have more of this gank potential, this rotations coming in, especially into the mid lane, securing the mid lane matchup. And one of the counters to Spirit Breaker is tanky heroes. And we do have Ogre Magic and Undying. Both are very hard heroes to kill. So that can reduce the impact of what Spirit Breaker they have. Undying here probably going to
10
be
seconds
relegated to
remaining.
the support role has
5 seconds
these two are
remaining.
very bulky, tanky supports. They're both melee though, which is pretty exploitable. You can pick some heroes that can kite these two heroes. Tombstone, very strong team fight spell. I think one of the priorities for the Dire team is either to disengage when the Tombstone is dropped, or trying to kill the Tombstone
Radiant team
before
back.
too many zombies can pile up. And that's a good counter to the Undying. It's a Snapfire.
I think it's interesting. They saw how well it performed against them. Now they're using it to their own advantage.
Yep. Her third skill is a very strong spell against the
10
Tombstone because you
remaining.
can kill it very fast. And there's also a nice pairing up with Spirit Breaker because what you
5
can do
seconds
is after the
remaining.
charge, you can cookie the Spirit Breaker and you have a follow-up stun into more bashes.
I believe Snapfire is one of the fastest ways to kill Undying with the third skill of Snapfire there.
Yep.
There is also an interesting thing to point out. They pick Spirit Breaker on the side of Yorkshire Puddings, whereas 4 of the Yorkshire Puddings players usually would play alongside each other, or have played alongside each other with me and also Cleaver Guy at different times. And when we played together, Cleaver Guy was the one who normally played the Spirit Breaker. So I'm not sure who's going to be playing Spirit Breaker now that Cleaver's against them. And potentially, I believe Cleaver would be playing the Ogre in this situation. But we'll see.
The Lifesteal
10
ban
seconds
coming
remaining.
out, which is fair. Lifesteal's pretty nice hero against Undying.
5
You have the
seconds
rage,
remaining.
and you have the attacks, the natural attack speed
Radiant
you get
team back.
from Feast. That's very good against the Tombstone. It's also nice against the Ogre Magi because when the Ogre Magi turns around to stun you, you can press the rage and make sure that doesn't happen. Jao Ranger ban. Jao Rangers, so I think they see these 2 melee support heroes, these 2 bulky
10
frontliners.
seconds
They're probably going to
remaining.
put something fragile, something squishy in the backline that can do a lot of
5
damage. Jao
seconds
Ranger
remaining.
is one
Dire team
example. And they just
Of course,
spam it
there
out.
is the problem of playing Drowned Ranger when you don't have several other ranged heroes to buff.
It's fine
Radiant
if
team
it's
back.
support. So like these 2 are probably delegated to support heroes, so you don't really care about Jao Ranger not buffing the support. Like I think the more important thing about Jao Ranger is more the damage potential she has. We see Tide Hunter
10
ban banning
seconds
out
remaining.
that we saw in the last game. Some pretty good strong ravages, but
5 seconds remaining.
just don't want to
Dire
deal with
team
the
back.
team fight that
Dire
Tide Hunter
team
offers.
pick.
And we see Sven ban, typical meta ban. We see the Faceless Void ban, another meta ban. And we see the Monkey King being banned out from the Radiant side, which might indicate the Radiant side are going to pick a melee carry hero, a melee offlane hero to go.
It's interesting that they
10 seconds remaining.
might be playing melee, but they've banned the Void, so it's not going to be Void. It could be a Phantom Assassin potentially. I like Phantom Assassin alongside the Spirit Breaker, just because the amount of stun that Spirit Breaker puts out kind of enables you to set up quite a lot of more damage, and obviously PA needs to get in close. But there is a lot of other options, I think. And it could be Phantom Lancer if they wanted to go for kind of an overwhelming strategy with Diffuser Blade and Illusions. Works quite well with Snapfire as well. Being cookied in as well. Just the more ways of getting in you have can potentially increase the damage potential of your melee carry.
Radiant
But PR's really good here. And we do see the Axe coming out. So that might be a denied pick. This might actually set up into the PL pick on the 17th. In response to the Axe, we do see the Abaddon. Abaddon is another tanky hero. The Spirit Breaker is not going to have a fun time in this game. These are heroes that you can't rotate much against. All tanky, and especially the Abaddon is going to be nice to deal with the Axe. Anyone that gets caught, you press the shield on them, and suddenly the core is gone.
They've got a lot of heal on the side of Duck Duck Grey Duck. Abaddon and Undying alone are just very excellent at just kind of removing a lot of the damage that can be dealt with on the side of Yorkshire Puddings, and that's part of why Axe is good, given that you can ult through the heal. But Axe also is, as you say, a good deny pick. Axe and Undying is a great combination. Axe and Ogre could be potentially a decent lane, I suppose. There's a lot of damage there, and the damage over time from both the ignite and the call.
They're in opposite teams.
No, I'm saying if they were on the same team, that's why I think Axe is a deny pick, as you said. I think that Axe and Ogre could have made a good lane together. But they're coming up to their 4th pick on the side of Yorkshire Puddings.
Pierce pretty nice here. Other picks, something in range like TB might be very nice to have. Troll Warlord can work. You have lots of damage. You can go Diffusal by this game and drain the Abaddon of all its mana, so it can't do anything. Nice counter shot to the Abaddon. And they probably want to pick something that can kite now on the Radiant side, because it's kind of an exploitable draft here. There's not much. There's good. They have like a defensive measure in Abaddon, so they can stop stuns or disables easily. So if they can pick something ranged and just kite the Troll Warlord, something like Agile Range is already banned, but against Troll Warlord, let's see what we have.
They could do a Weaver. Potentially, Earthshaker. That's interesting. I'm not sure if I like Earthshaker against a troll, but I'm not sure.
They are picking a lot of melee heroes here.
Yeah,
the
on both
Troll,
sides.
Axe, and the Spirit Breaker. Like all of these heroes don't like all these heroes on the dice side really like fighting in melee combat. So. Like lots of melee heroes it's not favoring the Radiant side, but Earthshaker is nice because it provides a lot of stun and lockdown for the Troll Warlord. Probably want to see something like they have Tower Pusher Abaddon, so do you want to see something that could just completely kite? Something perhaps like an Outward Devourer.
5 seconds
not Storm Spirit, I think, but more like a Outward Devourer, perhaps a Tinker even. You can go Wind Ranger, which might work.
I quite like a Wind Ranger with an Earthshaker. I think that combination is quite good. I think Abaddon saving a Wind is quite nice. I can see a Wind working. What else?
They do ban out the Timber Sword, which is fair enough. They do have 3 strength heroes and no damage to deal with the Timber Sword, so it's a good ban to have. And Spectre last time coming out probably looked to be. I think Radiant needs a mid laner.
They need a high damage mid laner, ideally ranged. They're looking fairly weak on the damage.
I'll probably go to the Pugna or the OD line on the Radiant side. On the Dire side, they need.
There's not really very much mana usage on the Dire that Pufferpug can take advantage of.
They have. So probably Burst for Dire would be nice to have. They have tower damage, they have Catch of Spirit Breaker, they have Disable, so something nice would be either Burst damage to deal with the dying potentially ulti, or Earthshaker, or something that can just completely
5 seconds remaining.
Move around the map, and just like these heroes on the Radiant side are very static. They don't catch very well. An Ember Spirit might be really good for the Dire side. A Storm Spirit is also a good consideration to have. See the Magnus being banned out.
What do you think of the Necro ban on the side of the Radiant?
Necro is a nice hero. Like they don't have good answers to Necro because Necro is just going to sit in the front line and they don't have the damage to deal with a Necrophos. They don't have the magic damage, so it's a good ban to have. You probably just pick Pugna OD here, so maybe you don't need to ban it out.
5 seconds remaining.
See the last mid pick coming soon. They do have 40 seconds of reserve time left.
I'm trying to think what else they could go for. I think it basically needs to be ranged. Like they've got 4 melees here. They can't really.
You don't want to pick more melee heroes in the Troll Warlord and so on. Go Batrider. It's a nice hero to have. They don't have any purge options on the Yorkshire Puddings, and Batrider is a very strong mid laner as well. But they do have the last pick on Yorkshire Puddings, so they can completely counter this if they want to, and they do so with them taking the OD. It's an interesting pick. It does. I'm assuming this is a bat mid, so an OD versus a bat is interesting. If OD misplays and uses his Astro too early, then the OD is in very big danger. But OD is nice because you can set up the charge from the Spirit Breaker. If you Astro the bat right in the bat position, and you already have the charge going, then that might be an easy kill going on.
Absolutely. Well, that's the draft phase for match 2 over. What are your thoughts on the new picks? Are there any strategy changes that stand out to you guys?
I mean, the Dire's definitely gone for the more rotation-heavy lineup with the Spirit Breaker. It's going to cause chaos all over the maps, charging from one place to the other. Meanwhile, the Radiant side has now gone for the static heroes that don't want to move around much. They might, but do have very good 5-man potential running down the lane with the Undying Tombstone and the Abaddon heals. So, yeah, we're going to see a completely different game this time.
I like Dire's draft more than I did last game, partially because of 2 comfort picks on the side of Yorkshire Puddings. We've got Tetra on the Troll and also an OD for Ace. I think both of those are very, very comfortable picks for them. And they should be able to do a decent performance. Obviously, they're against a more skilled opponent, and there's quite a lot of things could go wrong. But if mid lane goes all right, I think that they have a shot.
Awesome. What do you think in the first game was the main weak point of the Yorkshire Puddings that they really need to be looking out for this time?
Probably just need to support mid lane a bit more, so the mid lane can go online. Rotate mid, try gank. The opponent mid lane is secure runes for him, and so on. I think is the most important.
Yeah, there wasn't enough movement around the map. Wasn't enough reactive play. Just in general, it seemed quite lane focused, and the laning stage went on for too long. They were outfarmed in, I believe, all 3 lanes, and it just kind of went downhill from there.
Absolutely right. Well, match 2 has just begun, so let's see if the Yorkshire Puddings can bring it back in this round.
Right, so it is a bat mid, right? It's a bat right mid. So bat right mid is very scary because, especially as an OD, if you make one misplay, you're very dead. Gonna be a snap troll lane on top. This is very strong, but just the slow into the stun, and the troll warders are just a lot of damage if they can stay on one target. They're sending the ogre with the Earthshaker top, so it looks like it to be either an offlane shaker or an offlane ogre magi. You see the offlane ogre magi likes to build the Midas and then builds all these aura items and then transition into some multiclass. Safe lane Abaddon coming in from the Radiant side. So not really a pick you see often, but you go very tanky and something maybe if you go like Radiant and then or become like unkillable once you get set items. They're lacking some damage, but Bat Rider's a nice hero to have. Provides that.
I did think that their damage was quite low.
Shaker blocking off the top rune. We'll see bottom range engagement. Double decay from Cleaver here. It's gonna need some 2 strength heroes against an Undying, something you don't really want to lane against. And Undyings should be able to have fun, a lot of fun in lane, and they can sap the strength of these strength heroes and do a lot of damage.
What do you think about the top lane? Do you think that Tetra and Arasite will be a good combination on their heroes?
It's more favoured for the Dire side, definitely, in the top lane. But Shaker's always a weird laning hero because you can do all kinds of shenanigans with creep pulling and Fisher blocking. Let's see. Oh, wait. This might be a carry Undying. Undying's taking the last hits. That's interesting. So Undying is a weird hero on the carry position. Certainly don't see it often, but it's a hero that has this big timing once it gets his ags, but then falls off completely after a set amount of time. And see, Ace already getting zoned out with the Batrider. Batrider getting the level 2. You don't want to let these. You don't want to let Batrider get these sticky napalm stacks, or you'll take a lot of damage. Probably want to get a stick as fast as possible. Yeah, it does look to be an Undying safe lane. So let's see. You might see some Ags action coming in.
Yeah. The Twitch chat, we're actually rooting for an Undying Egg, so that'll be good news for them. We also have level 2 on the Abaddon. Axe doesn't have boots yet, and seems to be going for Ring of Health fairly early on. Quite a lot of damage being exchanged between Arasite and Carrie Brownstein.
Yep.
But Arasite is a level below. Smash getting quite low in the bot lane, but it doesn't look like they're willing to tower dive.
All my predictions was wrong. It was a 3 Ogre, and it was a 1 Undying. Carrie Brownstein getting gone on here, and Arasite being able to slow down for Tetra to get the kill. Very nicely done. You don't want to trade this much on the Ashika, especially against Snapfire. She's a pretty strong trader with her first spell, the Scatter Blast, slowing enemy attack speed.
It must feel great as a Troll Warlord to get the first blood. I think it kind of makes up for being a little bit low on the last hits. Obviously, 11 last hits on the Ogre Magi is quite nice, especially only 2 minutes into the game, but Mantle and Magic might just die here.
Yep.
Excellent block from Carrie Brownstein, who's absolutely saving the life of his Ogre, and even potentially threatening Arasite. Tetra's still chasing it, but he's realised not only... Oh, he's lost...
Oh yeah, I mean, that was nice Fisher.
Being cautious there.
Good of Carrie Brownstein to get it, although he's going up with bottom
high
lane,
five in mid.
Action. Cleaver Guy has run out of mana, but there's a lot of strength is stolen, and it's very tanky as well.
The axe is
gets
dead.
just 4 stacks.
I
Christmas
believe
doesn't have
Cleaver
mana.
gets out.
Has been killed.
Yeah, but he is very low, so it's gonna need to carry out some regen.
That might need to be TP from Chrysopos unless he gets some regen sent over.
Crispos shared this out with him. It's okay. Mid lane, you might see. Okay, never mind. It was just an Astral. Yeah, see the gold exchange coming out.
It's interesting to see how much gold is being led on the radio. Like there's just a lot of
double decays coming out. Here, the first blood here. Brownstein getting stuck.
That was a really good first blood. I think we do have to point out the aggression of the Earthshaker being a bit much there, but the amount of power displayed in the fishes later on is really good.
I don't know, pops a mango, they get the stun, they get the choreo of Arasite as well. They have a follow-up stun.
I think Arasite might die here. I think there's a very decent chance. Yeah, Arasite's dead. And Carrie dies as well, but I think you take that. Tetra is now level 4.
This is more of a favourite trade for Tetra, actually, because it's even the safe lane that gets a kill like this, and it's solo as well. He gets a lot of EXP. These early kills, you don't do it much for the gold, but you do it more for the EXP. The EXP advantage you can get from first of all the enemies not being in EXP range while they're dead, and also the EXP bounty you get. And you know being a level head gives you a lot. It's a lot stronger.
Yeah.
Because you have more ability to like damage or slow on such.
According to the Twitch chat, we've been retweeted by Pyrian Flax, which is excellent. Pogchamp.
So
Arasite dying.
It's level 1 aftershock, but it was enough. It does a lot. Okay, does a lot of damage, especially with Ignite.
What do you think about the vision situation? Because I'm noticing there's 2 Radiant Wards in the top and a Dire Ward as well, but everywhere else on the map seems relatively like the bot lane especially seems to be quite naked vision wise.
So it just became nighttime, so these are the time where observer wards are running out, so it's pretty fair. You probably want to get some vision now. Trouble are getting gone on here. They have to fish a follow up. Ogre's gonna hit them. The Tetra's pretty tanky, and it's a whirling axis mischance. Cookie save is there and should be fine as well.
The body block was very good from Carrie. It's very close. Carrie's going for it.
Yeah,
and just cancel the salve, but he might die for that.
Should be fine. It's pretty fast on the Shaker, naturally. Batrider getting a kill in the mid lane. Looks like so this it's a very hard lane for the OD. You have to always be careful, otherwise the Batrider can get some easy kills. It looks like he didn't even need to use the ulti on the Batrider. He just ran down with the sticky napalm and the firefly.
OD is now farming a lot better than he was before, though, at the very least, and has 10 denies, which is far and away the best on the board.
It's hard to last his Batrider. It's just such low base damage. But I mean, it's just about really pick Batrider. You just expect to get enemy kills instead of last hits.
I'll take my last hits on on your enemies, just like Jakiro takes last hits on towers. Yeah. Carrie's got quite a stack up there. Carrie is. Do you think that in the top lane or Radiant they'll try and share farm relatively? Because it seems like the Earthshaker, sorry. It seems like we've got a dash. I was just noticing the Earthshaker before seemed to be taking some of the jungle creeps, and I was wondering, do you think the Earthshaker is gonna try and farm up a little bit?
As long as the shake doesn't go like soaring and something, you get a pretty fast blink there just from natural gold. You go like if you get a decent trank. Like normally you see Shaker getting boots first and get Trankers really fast, and then you just normally get like a 15-16 minute blink dagger just from natural gold, as long as you don't die too much. So she don't really need to share farm, and Ogre really kind of wants his Midas. So until then, Ogre should get farm priority.
That's fair. Ogre seems to be going.
They're setting up the kill Ogre here. Shaker's not here, so they can easily do this. The nuke coming out from Ara's side. The double ignite.
The slow from ignite is really good.
Thank you, boy, 8 armor. But they do have the whirling axis. Oh, the Fissure is on.
The Fissure block is actually really helpful there.
The
Our sight is in between the two of them.
Might still go down. They have whirling slow axis, and you get a kill. Killing speed for Tetra.
Our sight's positioning there was really incredible. Obviously, it's not great to lose Tetra's courier. But I think that's okay given you just got a killing spree. Our sight's positioning, I really do have to just say, walking around the fissure at the bottom and then putting yourself in between two heroes.
I really see that there's not much last hits on the Troll Warlord, so maybe a bit too many kills. Not many focus on last, I think.
24 and 6 on the Troll.
It's not great at 8 minutes in, and last hits typically tend to be worth more than
DD on Ace. And there's a charge on Carrie Bernstein.
Yeah, rotation coming in the mid and the top lane. You see the Batrider. If you go look at the top lane right now, Arasa is getting gone on with the Firefly. He's able to stop, and the OD is a big damage. He's gonna have the Astro himself though. He's kind of found himself in the weird spot here, on top of the Firefly. Nice charge onto the Batrider. It also saves his OD. OD's walking into the Firefly. He might be right here, which he does though. So there's so much damage, and especially when Batrider is level 8, so much higher compared to the others. Nice enchant totem, stunning the Spirit Breaker in place. That's goes for 1-for-4 trade for the Radiant. Actually, no, Chris Boss denied himself in neutrals.
That's incredibly bad. If you're a fan of Yorkshire puddings, that must be really disheartening to watch, because with the ult from OD, everyone was so low, and it really looked like a position where they could get some significant kills that could really swing the game in their favor. And it just didn't happen.
OD needs stacks to get damage, and I don't think he had like any stacks at all. So the damage didn't really do much damage. Oh. Yeah, we see the replay here. So it's the Cookie saving Ara's side, and they're going on the OD here with the Firefly. The charge onto Batrider is just nice. This saves the OD. But you can just see the OD gets OD gets knocked into the Firefly. The Batrider W. Some action in the bot lane here. They kill the Axe with the rotation from the Shaker. Lastly, the Spirit Breaker. That's 2 more kills. But they do get the Undying, which is important.
Undying is a very important kill.
They have this timing of 20 minutes on the Radiant side, and anything past that, and the game gets really, really hard. So Dire is just going to have to hold on to there. Already going for the Midas, going to try to play for the late game.
I think that's the right decision. Yeah. I think getting significant farm on OD makes a massive impact later on, and if they can last that long, especially with most of their towers still up, then they might be in a position to turn this around, although losing Ogre doesn't help with that.
Yeah, the Spirit Breaker is charging as well. They don't get the whirling axis slow, but the charge should be enough. It's another kill for the Troll Warlord. Nicely. Ogre Magic does have this Midas recipe down there, so he can start getting a lot of gold.
That's good. How are the items looking on different people? Any significant pickups? Do you just see power treads on OD? That's pretty good.
Standard. Might kind of want to see. I think.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think you just go 4-star this game on supports. On for both sides, and I think someone on chat mentioned Yuz is very good this game, especially against the Axe. Yuz is amazing, and the Troll Warlord as well. Just fly them when Axe calls, or Troll Warlord uses his ulti. Yuz is also nice on the Dire side, but less priority. I probably just want to go 4-star. Maybe if we don't really have heroes that can build Yuz though. It's unfortunate. OD getting Echo Stamp here. He's gonna get stunned up with the bash. The Astro Imprisonment saving him for a while. Will Crispus be able to get the kill? Pops the. Oh, he didn't use Q on Arasite instead of keeping it A. Sort of this, and another charge.
That was a really good fight.
Yeah, OD managed to live.
That was incredible. Oh wow. That also got
is under attack.
Breaker.
Oh, I don't like maxing Fish on a Hika. I think you should max Aftershock.
Yeah,
it costs a lot of mana, and I also don't like Soul Ring delays Blink Dagger, so it's kind of debatable whether you should go Soul Ring on Shaker. But
the cooldown's also not great.
You see the Blink Dagger. We have Boots of Travel on Batrider already, so you can start moving around the map even more. Also, Mimic is really nice on the hero, and Blink Dagger is going to be queued up next to OD rotation, but.
Do you think the Radiant was overconfident in that fight around the Dire mid lane?
Yeah, I mean there was a few misplays didn't happen. Crispus gets a kill bottom lane onto the Axe, and they can push this tower. They do have the Abaddon Aura.
Dire's middle tower.
Tetcher going on to the Batrider is gonna get cookied up, and they have the stun, they have the control. Tetcher does live as well thanks to the troll ulti.
This game is already going so much better for the Dire than I think Yorkshire Puddings had at any point in the previous game. Like, this is definitely looking closer. Like, I'd say, arguably, we have
a mid replay. Carry bounce and getting a nice echo sound. But he gets immediately bashed by Spirit Breaker. And then he's gonna have to. He gets the Astro Prisoner himself. See, Crispus uses the Q, but it lands on Arasite instead of the OD. Unfortunately, and gets bashed back into the tower. Lots of very, very nice rotation. And nice support from the Dire side to save the OD.
So, the Radiant are 2k up currently, but the farm on Tetra seems to be going relatively well.
OD got a kill mid. Very nicely done. It looks like they had a. Who is that? Axe hero, yeah, Axe rotating as well, securing.
Smash manages to take the regen rune, but it gets immediately cancelled.
Batrider getting a kill top lane. He's gonna lasso the Troll Warlord as well. They have the chain stun. Troll Warlord didn't have ulti anyway, but it's nice 2 kills to have. Now they're going on to Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker gonna use his ulti, and keeping he's getting a lot of stacks with his Astros. But Batrider is able to walk away. It's a bit too fast. Now they're going on smash with the Abaddon.
Looks like the Ogre's gonna die. Excellent kill for the Axe, but Ace is now pretty low.
Firefly is still very long.
Ace might be able to survive and potentially even.
Onto the Batrider.
If the ulti hits the Batrider even once, I think he dies.
Batrider just juked it. Well, Lassos is going in.
Oh, I like this position.
Oh, slightly off time. Oh, bash! Cancels the TP. Crispus is in trouble. And Spirit Breaker should have another chance in the teaser.
I'm going to send a link to. Sorry. Sorry about that.
So they do smoke to get away as a. So that's survive even with the bash cancelling his TP. Now Batrider, he finds Arasite, takes the Scatterblast to his face, but this should be another 3 kills. Spirit Breaker charge is nice, and the OD is here. Unfortunately cannot save the Sapphire.
I think you should have voted Sapphire, to be honest. Would have maybe helped things a bit more.
I think you had no choice but to Astro Imprison the Batrider there, because the Batrider the other just chasing down. Tetra's looking in a very dangerous position here. He's able to walk to his safety of his tower though, and do you see like, lots of heroes on the top lane? Nothing.
This is a very aggressive start to the game. 16 minutes.
We talked about the Caliphate rotation last game.
Radiant 13 kills on the side of the Dire. Seems certainly close, but if you're the Dire right now, I do think you have to be quite careful, because you don't want to allow the advantage of the Radiant to get any faster. You need to make sure that the Abaddon in particular is not too much of a threat, and you have to make sure you consistently split up so that you don't get ulted by the Earthshaker.
Keepstone being dropped. OD. Sorry, the Undying ulti, they're gonna chase down the OD. OD's gonna have the Astral Prison, but he's in a very bad position, and they can't control the Batrider.
Getting arrow sight as well. Yeah, that's 4 kills for the Radiant. Exactly what I said they needed to avoid has happened, and very unfortunate. The positioning wasn't great. The amount of damage it was taking was very high, and all of the juke of the previous fights just wasn't there. Kind of a crumbling, if I'm honest. We do now have Blink Dagger.
We talked about the timings that the Radiant have, and this timing they're very strong. They have this added can take down towers really fast. That gives attack speed over once he gets to 4 stacks. Obviously, Undying is a very strong hero right now. Very hard to kill with all the extra HP he has. Check the OD. Ooh. Charging in on Baron. This is not really a fight you want to take. You still have the Echo Slam. Smash going in. Echo Slam onto 2. OD big, doing a lot of damage.
Incredible. 3 deaths instantly. Double kill for keeping it ice. The Chrysopos is managing to TP out. Spartan's looking for him and doesn't find him. Smash dewarding. And we've got the Batrider on the other side of the map wondering what on earth has happened.
I mean, I thought it would go much badly for the Dire side, especially with the Echo Sam, but the OD ulti does so much damage, being able to kill off the Undying. Also, the Radiant side, apart from the Shaker ulti, did not have any other ultis, and Batrider didn't have mana to help with TP rotate, so probably should have backed off on the Radiant side.
I mean,
these fights
that many people grouped up too close for the ult. There weren't creeps there. There's one thing, like they caught, I believe, 3 or 4 people in the Shaker ult, but the amount of damage that came out was relatively low, and it was a level 1 ult. So I think he overestimated the impact of his ult.
It's more about the chain disable, but I mean, this is why you normally want to match the Aftershock and the Shaker before the Fissure, because then you get the chain disable, and you can potentially just stun lock heroes for like 4, 5, 6 seconds during the team fight. But yeah, it just didn't have the tools.
Basically, he's gone the wrong skill build on Earthshaker.
Smash getting a kill onto Cleaver Guy is a very important kill to have, especially on the carry and dying.
Things are definitely going more in the way of the Dire right now. They're grouping up as 4 in the bot, and we've got Spirit Breaker in the top lane ready to be moved over. They take bot tower. Tetra is kind of on a rampage over here. Sorry, on a warpath, not a rampage. And significant gold swing for the kill of Cleaver. And it's now only 2k ahead for the Radiant. Things are definitely
going battle failure on Undying. It's not good at all. Yeah,
well,
I mean, that's
for his lags.
No, you just go straight hags. As you know, Undying is not a right-click hero. He doesn't farm.
Snapfire seems to be going for the Glimmer Cape.
Yeah, Glimmer Cape is really nice, especially against Batrider that you mitigate so much damage off the Firefly if you can Glimmer. There's someone that's lasted. And,
what do you think about like big team items, sort of things like an AC or
nice Latsu.
Oh,
but they don't have much damage to go with this, and you see the Snapfire ulti is going to have to force the Radiant team to disengage. And now, if Chrysopos finds himself in a weird position, he's going to have to pop the OD. Oh, they should have Astral in a few seconds. It's going to be able to. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
the big X,
that's a big X.
The cookie is going to kill the
OD actually survived.
OD's in a very weird position. OD ulti though.
OD's absolute.
Back up again. Multicast. Will they have enough damage? OD somehow still lives. Oh. And there you go. Should die from that.
Okay. OD dies to Batrider, but still, that was incredible fight from the Dire right there. Good trade, managed to make it work. Batrider is the most farmed on the map at the moment, but I do want to question, given the amount of AoE damage that we see on both sides of the field, do you think that they need to prioritize a pipe for either team?
I don't like pipe. maybe Dire side you get a pipe. But...
Not even Not even.
The Radiant doesn't have any. It's like it's like Snapfire ulti. And that's it. You don't want to go pipe on Radiant. If you're Radiant, you want to go stuff like drum. No, not. Yeah, you want to go drums. You want to go potentially a mech. Some cleanse. I mean, you just want a BKB so you can actually. You won't waste your jump the OD. If you have pipe keeps your team alive, but it doesn't deal with OD.
Do you think mech is a good post-Ags item for the Shaker?
No. Never go never go neck on Shaker. Normally. It's not a Shaker, it's not a Shaker.
Is it like Abaddon carries the mech?
Potentially. It's either the Ogre or the Abaddon. But you just...
I just don't really like giving non-activated
Shaker getting
license.
double on the backline. The Tombstone is dropped, but they kill it with the Sapphire E, but the damage has been done already. The OD King victim. And now Spiritbreaker should be able to get away with a charge, but charged to the wrong creep. If he charged top lane, he might have lived, but unfortunately.
Axe is somehow still alive.
Yeah, haste screen. You have the multi-toss down on that.
Triple kill for Cleaver Guy. Really going on a bit of a roll through the dire side of the map. Kind of making up for some of the earlier things that took place.
It's so hard to push into. They have Glyph as well. And you know, this is your peak timing right now. You kind of you're hoping to take a Rax by 30 minutes with this lineup. And if you don't manage to do that, this game's going to look very, very hard for the Radiant side.
Really, the kills don't matter that much if they can't get objectives from them.
The heroes don't scale well. Undying one is they have a peak timing of 30 minutes. Undying after 30 minutes falls off in mega hard. Like,
compare the scaling of an Undying to the scaling of either Troll or OD. Just the amount of damage potential and sustained DPS that increases on the dire side is just massive compared to what Radiant have.
I get him Scepter.
That's a good pickup.
I wouldn't go Aghanim Scepter if I was the Batrider. I think you want a BKB. Mainly because this OD's built an Ether Lens to save any lasso targets, and if you Astral the main lasso target, then any other Ags ulti doesn't matter. Like, you don't drag them with him, you just stay still.
Batrider's dead. I think Batrider has just demonstrated exactly what you were saying. I think exactly the point of the item not being that significant.
Nice Bishop, but it's getting charged, so they can't follow up.
You really can't follow up into this.
They were stuck in a position. Tombstone's on the floor. And it's being gone
I
now.
don't like this. I don't like charging for Tombstone. I mean, they get the kill there, but I think there was a very scary moment for all of it where it could have gone very badly for the Dire.
Radiant did a good job, Dire did a good job focusing the Tombstone first there.
Yeah, if they hadn't taken the Tombstone out early, that would have been very different. Spartan might just die here, but they managed to get the kill. First the first dying is very significant, and since the fight was just in the Roche pit, why not take Roche right there and then? Spartan, if you die to Roche, I will be very annoyed at you.
Don't know if they have the damage for the severe fast enough. So they don't have minus armor or anything. Trollwater just has a tangent, yeah. Because they're kind of struggling in terms of damage already. OD should kind of be.
I think they get it, but just about. I think it's close.
A lot of whacking.
Was that a Vambrace I saw on the X?
Should fall down. Yep. Big to take this Aegis, and now Radiant is going to just.
Does Force Staff go through Lasso? Because the Force Staff was just picked up on OD. I think that's good anyway, but if it goes through Lasso, that's even better.
I don't remember, but you normally don't want to. You just press W on the lasso target, and you use Force Staff for yourself to save yourself.
Yeah. Blink and Blade Mail on X, going for BKB. Undying has actually gone Sange before his Ags.
That doesn't do anything. A casual Sange is probably one of the worst items you can get in the game.
So we're less happy.
That's good
build. this game than we were with. I really liked Cleaver's build last game, but I feel like this game, as you say, there's some things that aren't going great. Mandalorian Magic
So like
farming well.
the Sanj does build into a halberd. It's a very good game for halberd, but if you're going to build a halberd, you just finish the halberd and you don't leave it. If you leave it as a Sanj, you're not. This doesn't do much.
Troll has got his BKB as well, so that's significant. It's still 10 seconds, right? I don't think he's used it yet.
Should be, yeah.
Okay.
It's very nice to have. I have to watch out though. I want to probably get a Lotus Orb on the Dire side now for the Troll Warlord would be nice. If you get the Lotus Orb on the Spirit Breaker or the Snapfire, even the Axe. Looks like they're going for a smoke play here.
Bottom tower is
They
under
need to
attack.
do so. They have Echo Slam with Blink available. Lasso is also available. Moving towards the Radiant jungle, they can find the OD here as well. OD very separated from the rest of his team. Let's see. Batrider's leading the charge. Smoke breaks. They find the OD. OD getting lassoed back. They have to follow up stun. Fisher. Oh, the Fisher stuns the Axe before he gets the core. Axe still gets the core, but it's not a 5-man core anymore. They have the Snapfire ult in the backline. Tombstone is dropped down. Slash is going to try and focus it, but Tombstone is just alone. It's very hard to kill. They still have the Aegis on the Troll Warlord. Buybacks from both Dire heroes. OD ulti's dropped. There's not much charges, unfortunately. Tombstone, Tetris going to focus the Tombstone with the Snapfire, getting chained up on keeping it Ace. Shake is already to 4, and now it's the big target, the Undying being targeted by Tetra. Unfortunately, Batrider can't help his buddy. Now Tetra turning towards Batrider. They get the kill onto the Ogre Magi, and Tetra with the double kill. Buyback from 2 heroes on the Dire side, but Tetra looking to be very, very strong now, getting 2 easy kills and a big team fight from
I
the
think
Dire
those
side.
buybacks were worth it. I think they salvaged what looked utterly awful for the Dire into a fight that you can then turn into something productive. Like, we've now got 5 people alive on the side of the Dire, 1 person alive on the side of the Radiant. They do have 4 buybacks up, but you can push towers from this. This is really good.
Yeah. The buybacks are huge. It's a really good tool to have. Well, like, the Radiant don't scale too much, so, you know, even if you just win a fight like this, the more fights you win, the more further away ahead you're going to get, so...
The more you delay the game, the more you make it. If they're in the lead and then they're less in the lead, then it's going to take them longer and longer to win.
Yeah.
And eventually, it's in a position where the Dire have the advantage. Previously, we were 5 or 6k ahead for Radiant. We're now only 1k ahead, and I think it's swaying and swinging towards the side of the Dire. Tetra's outscaling the opposition quite significantly. OD has quite a lot of damage to put out, and once he gets to the point where he can actually live long enough to get those stacks, the amount of damage he'll put out for results will be very significant.
They go for a smoke attempt to... It doesn't look like they have Echo Slam right now, but they still have the last 2. And they still have Tombstone as well. And,
down on OD and Earthshaker.
Yeah, engagement happening. They have the last 2, the double last 2 is there, and the Shaker gives a solid stun onto the OD. The OD couldn't Astral immediately, and that's
double
Troll Warlord ages. But here's the hard part now. Troll Warlord pops his BKB. It's going to TP away. The Snapfire getting fished in. They have the follow-up stun. Glimmercape's going to save him for a bit. See if he can walk away. The Tombstone zombies are mauling onto. They don't have any TP cancels, and Snapfire
managed to get out.
Also gets away.
They just get out.
Yeah.
They lose an Axe and an Aegis, and nothing else. And yeah, they don't get any kills on the side of the Radiant, but they do just manage to salvage what could have been a very nasty situation indeed. And Cleaver there, with his big pumpkin-y self, is no longer altered. Mandalorian Magic seems to be glowing as well. All sorts of auras and effects going off. We've got quite a lot of ward vision on the side of the Radiant. And also Vampire Fangs, I saw. I believe that was on... Was that on Earthshaker? Who is that on? No, it's on Undying. Undying has Vampire Fangs. Can we get net worth up instead of buyback status is being asked in the chat. Would appreciate net worth. Yep. Okay, that's cool. Telescope has been picked up. Right.
Troll's very far ahead.
Oh wow.
Odie's
Yeah.
kind of so Odie in that game kind of got stuck because they already pulled back. But still, having this Troll Warlord being such a strong hero right now as it is.
I mean, if they didn't have to buy back, then you'd see quite a significantly
big Fisher
richer situation.
Shaker doesn't want to go in there. He's trying to walk in for the Echo Slam, but he's going to get Astroed up. The charge going through the heroes. Cleaver's going to get dropped by Petra. The Shaker Echo Slam coming up. Fortunately, I'm not sure if they have the damage to kill the Petra here. Petra pops the Odie. Nice! Clicking on the two heroes.
Oh! Odie fell 102 seconds down. It really looked like he might have survived that. But the Ab is dead as well. And honestly, losing 2 for those 3, it seems alright, but they might be able to get more from it. An excellent use of the Flame Break there to prevent Cleaver from getting stunned and prevent subsequent dieback.
That's the defeasal pickup from Troll, which is interesting. Because this is a third item defeasal. Normally you don't go defeasal this late in the game, you just go Scuddy instead if you want the slow, or just go Bash if you're on lockdown. But it is nice against the Abaddon. It just allows you to drain all of Abaddon's mana.
I'm still not sure why Cleaver went for the cleave, other than the pun. It's got to be the pun reason. It's like, hey, I'm the Cleaver guy. I need to be cleaving some guys. And you know, when you make decisions based on what sounds good rather than what plays good, then sometimes it doesn't go well. Yes, this Undying is position 1 to answer the question from the chat. We seem to have a Voodoo Mask on the Batrider. What do you think that'll build into?
I'm gonna go for the Octarine Core. I don't think there's much a Batrider can do at this point. You might actually, if I have a Batrider, maybe I'll go like an E-Blade or something. It's nice against Troll Warlord because it just stops him from attacking, and you can also just do extra damage with Firefly and so on.
I mean, you need Burst to deal with Troll and D.
Yeah. You don't really have the heroes to deal with the Trolls. The problem at this situation. You have to get the complete lockdown. You know, as long as the Dire has heroes behind the Troll, should be fine.
The replay just kind of demonstrates how a lot of these fights have been going, quite scrappy, quite uncertain who's going to win the fight until the very end, and quite a lot of damage being dealt, especially in some fairly large areas, with the combination of OD and Snapfire on the side of the Radiant, on the side of the Dire, and Batrider and Earthshaker on the side of the Radiant.
We do see E-Blade from Virgo Magi. This could be good.
Evans, Albert, and Doctrine Core.
I mean, if they catch the Troll Warlord alone, they can just chain stun him. It adds a lot of damage to your spells that you have.
So when you have the ability to halberd the Troll, and also Octarine Core to heal off the AoE from all of Batrider spells, do you think that now going into a fight, Radiant has potentially a team fight advantage, even with how farmed Troll is? Those 2 key item pickups at the same time?
You don't team fight at all. You have to go for pickoffs, and you have to try pick off the OD of the Troll.
Hopefully, they can now maybe survive a team fight, though. At the very least, they obviously don't want to have to be playing reactively. They don't want to have to be starting where they've got, say, the Earthshaker gone on and then just pulverized into the dirt. It's not what you want, but obviously, the more items that you have to kind of survive an unfortunate engagement, you might be able to turn it into something not awful. But Ace is looking quite farmed right now, or a little bit.
Charge upon Ogre Magi. They have the Spirit Breaker ulti as well. Tombstone being popped on. The E-Blade safe is there for Manila. They're turning on to Cleaver Guy though. So much damage coming in from the Troll. Chop off the BKB. 2-man Echo Slam. Odie's getting chain stun, but unfortunately they don't have the follow-up damage. They found the Tombstone now, so Troll can start whacking that. And the zombies.
Echo Slam wasn't that significant. Ace might have died to zombies there if it wasn't for the Tombstone getting taken down. That seemed a bit unnecessary, but the cooldown's low. It's fine.
It's really long. It's 160 seconds.
The cooldown's long. It's not fine. I was trying to be nice, alright?
It's fine just because you already took a team. You just took a team fight, but it was probably unnecessary. But you know, it's at least you're in a winning position.
Imagine using that and you don't even hit the guy. That's the worst feeling in the world.
That would be terrible. Yeah. Sapphire's finished her
Dire's
act now, so
bottom
that's
tower is under
that's catch potential. That's they can do some shenanigans with the Spirit Breaker. You have Spirit Breaker charge the target, and then you can launch it at the target.
That's nice.
Let's so
that.
Solar Crest is nice, but
Radiant's
in case
top
where
tower
you,
is under
the case
attack.
where you have a carry and dying with Battle Fury, it's not so good. Lastly, onto the Troll Warlord. They have the Fisher follower, but it's dragging him too far. The Troll Warlord pops the BKB, so they could have changed some of the carry on the
Oh,
Fisher.
you dragged him too far!
Yeah, and now Troll Warlord ulti comes down. It's getting
Radiant's
halberded
top
for the
tower
moment
is under
here.
attack.
Yeah.
And chain stun, but it's so much damage up. And look at the Troll Warlord, he's not taking any damage at all. The multicast is
Honestly,
big.
I'm
Titanic
just.
popped.
I know this isn't a helpful thing to say 37 minutes
Blade?
into
Oh,
the game.
Troll
I think
falling
it might have-
down with the
Troll
E-Blade
falling.
multicast. With a Shaker buyback, you can get a nice Fisher maybe. The angle smashed likely, getting
Excellent.
mauled by zombies. And Shaker catching two heroes in the back with the Fisher. Oh, he's gonna have to pop the BKB. Oh, and then he's
Shake
gonna
it,
have to
Shake it dies. Yeah, Shake it dies here. Chrysoprase might die as well, potentially, but does ult, and Ace manages to use the time bought by his dying buddy to get out of
Spider
there.
legs. You just spider legs. There you go.
Spider legs. Spider legs. Okay. So, one thing I would like to point out is when you look at how that fight went and how some of the earlier fights went, you see quite a lot of damage coming out in fairly rapid amounts of burst. There you see BKB timings are very important, and just general item timings. I was about to say that I think it would have been better for the Radiant lineup if they'd gone for a position 1 ABBA and a instead of the Undying, but if they made it work there, maybe it's fine. I'm just not sure about the cleaver. Honestly.
I'm thinking Roche. It's a falling fast fix for your Madden. I think that last fight,
It falls a lot faster than it did for Dire.
It's because they got the Solar Crest, the minus armor really makes a difference. And I mean, the big fight, the big thing about last fight was that the Ogre multicasting this stun. Like, unfortunately, Tetris BKB is already run out by then. And,
Didn't he get a multicast on the Ethereal as well?
Yeah, but I don't. You can only it only hits one target Ethereal. So I mean, like you don't hit if one target with Ethereal multiple times. You hit multiple targets with Ethereal once. So Ethereal Blade multicast doesn't matter too much, but getting the stun, I mean, it does so much damage. Like with the after his E-bladed.
Leveler found by Carrie Brownstein and a Prince's Knife found by Ace. Very interesting neutral items there.
Leveler, I mean, they need the Leveler, they're going to use some power damage, and Illusionist Cape, unfortunately, it's not so good. But you can put it on the Abaddon, and you can do some shenanigans where you can build up stacks really fast.
Oh, I like it on the Abaddon, but I think that just kind of makes more of a point of, like, I think Abaddon is a better carry than Undying. Especially later on in the game.
I think there are lots of heroes better than Abaddon and Undying carry.
Yeah. Oh well. I don't know. I don't want to change the draft too.
They could have done it. I think if they had a really good timing with Jags, but they lost team fights just unfortunately. Timstone being dropped down. Lasso, the big core of the three heroes, the OD to follow. Carry Brownstein is gonna get deleted, but it's actually halberded, so OD can't use his astral orb. Now they're mashing onto smash Petra on the team fighter, targeting the targeting the Kiva guy first. The Abaddon force big echo slam.
The key thing, of course, about
so much.
Tombstone nearly gets a triple kill. Tombstone gets a triple kill. So the thing about disarming the OD, of course, is that then you can't disarm the Troll Warlord, but somehow they managed to survive through that. Cleaver's still alive, just about. Yeah, he doesn't last through that. Ace is gonna burn to death. Yeah. When the banish ends, they might not even be able to kill the Batrider. I think it's very dependent on. I'm not sure if they can. They can probably get it. They can. Let's see. It's
very hard. The Octarine is healing so much, but the creeps are dead now. So the
it takes a lot of time. It certainly by focusing on killing this Batrider, they've kind of negated any real chance for pushing.
They can't push with these two heroes anyway. It's fine. And Batriders, if they leave Batrider alive, then Batrider can push. So this is probably more important to kill the Batrider here than push.
Hey, Tyrion Flax is in chat. Absolutely excellent. That's fantastic. I can't believe I'm seeing the day.
So, I mean, the problem shows that BKB duration is actually running out, and it's actually killing him. So you might need like a different defensive item that is going to keep him alive. I think he only has Satanic Sanjin Yasha, so I don't know what he can go. Maybe Lotus from his team or something. And they didn't focus the Tombstone in last fight. So I mean, the Tombstone, the zombies piled on, and you could just see the zombies getting.
It's absolutely insane, and just the slow is very significant.
You have the replay here. You just see the zombies piling up, Smash getting deleted with the Undying ulti as well. They focus here, the nice double stun and the Echo Slam to follow by Carrie Brownstein. And the Tombstone, so many zombies just building up. They tried to kill the Tombstone. I think it was like 2 hits away. Oh, so close. And,
you see like kind of 3 very low die heroes at the same time just kind of melt. It's very, very frustrating if you're a fan of the Dire right here, but there is quite a lot that's still to be said for the Dire. They've made up some 3,000 points of gold difference in the last minute or so. Troll Warlord still
they're
very,
smoked
very
up on Spiritbreaker. They find Carrie Brownstein, the charge is there. They have the OT follow-up on Spiritbreaker as well. They're going to get Vesseled up. Should be a nice kill.
Yep, that was fairly solid, fairly self-explanatory. That Hoy on the Batrider is now TPing through as he flames.
Oh, last dude onto the OD is a big target to get. Smash trying to get the core, gets the core onto the Ogre Magi. They're gonna get the Astral Orbs, and the ulti dropped. The E-Blade's gonna save Manila Magic for a bit. He's gonna get Astraled up. Meanwhile, Sparta.
He might even die just coming out of the
backline,
Astral. Yeah, he did. Oh, he got hit by Spartan. That makes sense.
Alright, this is a disengage now. The team is dead for Cleaver. It's gonna get glimmered up, but they should have.
If they don't have detection, what are they doing?
Oh, Batrider running in with the Fireflies, doing some damage, but now it's gonna get caught up.
Damage.
Yeah, it's that fire OT the backlines. And they catch the Abaddon here, the charge to follow up chain stun. Abaddon has to pop his ulti, but nice Astral is gonna stop him from being able to run away.
He really thought he was safe, but he's kind of messed it up here. And they've turned what was a fairly significant advantage that was negating almost the high farm potential of the Troll into a quite horrific situation. The gold swing from that fight alone is over 6k, if my maths is right. And Smash is doing what his name suggests, just smashing the barracks. Carrie Brownstein,
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Torn to shreds by Troll, etc. Yeah, that was a 6k swing in that fight. Like 2 minutes ago, it was 3 minutes ago, it was 7k lead for Radiant. It's now 5k lead for Dire. And if that doesn't say what the power of Troll Warlord in that game is, then I'm not sure quite what will.
Huge gold swing.
Absolutely spectacular.
Alright, they take the tier 2 tower. They got the mid racks as well. So yeah, it's much more. The things are looking much harder for the Radiant team. They're gonna need some multicast luck, if I'll be honest here. Maybe like multicast Hex onto the entire team. Yeah,
Tyrion Flax is asking for graphs.
If you can see perhaps the the win rate graphs.
Yeah, we can take a look at the win rate graph. I hope, fingers crossed.
Oh, we see the replay here. Nice call by Smash into 2 heroes. Batrider trying to save the carry body, but unfortunately couldn't. And Snapfire catching the Abaddon at the end there.
So, Cleaver continues to cleave, and I'm just wondering, do you think that looking back from this position where the Radiant have lost quite a lot of advantage, do you think it all comes down, or a lot of it comes down to the Battle Fury decision on pause 1 Undying?
Yeah, they lost the timing. They had the timing, and they didn't. They had a really strong peak timing of 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and once it goes past that, it's gonna be a hard game. Rider being mauled by 2 heroes, Smash and Spartan. Meanwhile, Cho Warlord is on the back line, just going to smash Manilo and Magic. Manilo going to stun the OD. Unfortunately, cannot get a multicast. OD hammer dropped as well. Tombstone's causing a lot of damage, but do kill that off. Spellbreaker charge, and they go turn onto the Undying one now. Undying does not have his teammates back him up. That's 2 kills again. Oh, launch Spellbreaker! Does he catch the Batrider?
Top tower is
Tetrachloromethane is on a killing spree. Say that 3 times fast.
Oh, Batrider flickered back. He's gonna have to glimmer cape himself, but
there is a hover camera on the axe, by the way.
Spellbreaker charging onto Earthshaker. Earthshaker, big Echo Sam, and there's a lasso, but immediate Astral. Yeah, it's just flicker out. Ghostep's gonna save him. But
are they gonna go for Mega Creeps, or are they gonna go for just directly down the middle? That's the question. 12k up, and 2 enemies defending. 2 rather tanky enemies, but with quite a lot of health to lose. Chrysopost. Oh my god, there's so much. We have the chat asking to throw it. No, don't hit him. He's got his ult up. Hit the Batrider. Hit the Batrider.
At least Eddie's getting a ton of stacks here. Princess Knife. With the glimmer keep saving him.
They've somehow managed to hold it. Very, maybe, potentially, almost, kinda, have managed to hold it. 20 seconds before Ogre's back, Earthshaker's back in 29, 45 seconds for the Undying, but he's just gonna die again. That's the problem. He's missed his timing completely. If you look at the graph, we've asked for the graph, we've got the graph, Furion satisfied, it's the swing, it's a massive swing, it was even the whole game through, and then it goes from 5,000 above to 15,000 below, pretty much, more or less. For the radio. Swingerino indeed, Mr. Black.
This Baron is so tanky. They have a Samurai already doing so much damage there. And they have a nice 2-man call by Smash. Manilo and Magic getting mauled on by the Orb. Multicast onto the Spellbreaker. Harry Branston in with the Shaker, jump with him Axe. And the BKB pop on the OD. Astral Hammer drop. Slows there as well. Crisp, you turn onto Crispos, gonna get Astral, turning onto Manilo, the Axe, imprisoning both heroes. They get the slightly mystical. Multicast onto the Axe actually killed him.
He just lost Axe, 120 seconds before the Axe comes back.
By focusing the Tombstone. Oh, look at Tetra just mauling down.
He's just pummeling. He's giving it a go.
An Astral. Another Astral. Oh, the multicast!
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Things are coming out!
That's a retreat. That's a retreat. Don't lose any harder. You were doing so well. You were strutting your stuff. I stand there. Nothing can happen.
Ogre Magi, the Hurricane Pike. 4-3 hits. Crispos doesn't have to pop the OT with immediate Astral Imprisonment. This OD has so many stacks right now. It's insane. Another 3 stacks. Oh my god. Can we click on the OD? I just want to check how much stacks he has.
He's very high
damage.
He hit the Abaddon once in ult and he gained half his health back. So that's a sign of how much damage you'd be dealing. Yeah, they're destroying the effigies. They're going for the towers. We've got Earthshaker back to defend. They think better of the rather aggressive push. They maybe try and go and take Mega Creeps, but they've got the fortification. Carrie Brownstein standing at the gate with his Heaven's Halberd and with his Ags. He goes in. He's on his own. Arasite is there. Arasite's halberded. And he just goes through back again.
They have to follow up stun for the Shaker. They have Echo Sam as well. Echo Sam landing. But OD popping the BKB. Oh no, Carrie Brownstein couldn't chain stun him. And OD might get away, but
yeah, Arasite is dead. We have a nice little charge in. Doesn't actually.
Shaker, it's chance to totem stun. He didn't have the Fisher follow up. Oh, he Astros himself. Spellbreaker is there to back him up. But oh no!
So good! Top tier play! Oh my god.
Donkey's chasing.
Yeah, this is looking like a game 3 if I'm honest. It's 19k and the lead. 50 minutes in.
Oh, yeah, they have to follow. They have to follow up charging them.
Cleaver is looking large and in charge. Spartan
Like-
is being hit and might barely get it out. Oh! He's gonna get out. He doesn't get out. Yeah, Caster. Cleaver is cleaved. Tetra is forcing his way through. The Pumpkinhead is facing quite significant pressure to just destroy everything in sight. If we look at the item build of the level 28 Troll Warlord, Satanic, Monkey King Bar, Diffusal, and Sandra Nyasha with a Orb of Destruction, I believe that's quite a significant amount of damage output. Axe is also quite tanky with the BKB as well, and roughly the same amount of health as the Troll Warlord, each at slightly over 2.6k max HP. And we do have a Roshan being destroyed. This one drops an Ags Scepter upgrade, which I'm not sure who that's going to. Who's getting the Ags upgrade?
They should give it to Barra, probably. Barra Ags is really good.
Because they already had the Ags upgrade on OD.
Yeah, you should give it to the Spirit Breaker. Charge is very strong.
What's the main benefit of Spirit Breaker Ags against this particular lineup?
Well, it's like a charge on a 7-second cooldown or something.
It's pretty significant. I think when it comes to the team fights, it's been quite close. Like every fight's been, it's gonna happen, and it's gonna go one way or the other way, and then everybody dies.
I think they have to respect the Ogre Magi a bit more. Like Ogre Magi's making some crazy multicasts.
Yeah, he's just been sitting there, holding around, is large and in charge, and then he presses one button and deals 2,000 damage.
There's an item that counters. It's called a Lotus Orb, right? So if you need a Lotus Orb on the dire side.
If I case.
Right, these are travels. I want Troll to sell his diffusal blade and go for Scaldy or something.
Yeah, the amount of health that can be removed by the enemy team in a very short amount of time does lead me to believe that just generally more tankiness might be the word of the day. Tetra just healing the whole way through, gets Cleaver, cleaved, and then thinks he's going to be absolutely fine. Was that the one where he then got blown up by the Ogre after that?
That is the
or was
one.
that? Yeah, okay. I was because it isn't great to think that Ace as the level 30 OD did kind of extend the length of that fight with the imprisonment, and if he killed him before that, then maybe he doesn't get killed.
Yeah. Normally it's good because you build stacks and OD, but
greedy.
There's a limit to it. You don't want to do it that long. There we go. We have the Lotus Orb on the Tetra. It's going to protect him for longer. Have to be very careful on the spells. Axe missing the core points of the E-Blade onto Tetra, but Tetra's going to be able to knock that away. And then turning onto the OD, and dying pops his BKB, but the Astral should be enough here to save Smash, the Glimmer Cape as well. Another Astral. So Breaker ulting onto the Undying. He forced into the back of the team fight, and now Troll Warlord start mashing in, and the Shaker Blink is cancelled by the Snap Fight. The double nasty, but the Lotus Orb as well, and the multicast that's been reflected back onto the Ogre, and the Baron ulti being popped, they're charging onto the Barrel. Barrel picks the Flicker. Echo Stamp, they don't have the follow-up stun, unfortunately. Too much stage resistance, and they didn't hit the OD as well.
Aaron Flax beat me to commenting on the absolute size of that lad, with the Undying ulted and BKB'd, and I believe also buffed in some other way. Just large, just very big.
Blood loss also increases the size.
That's a surrender. That's a GG. Yorkshire Puddings victory. Absolutely splendid. Yorkshire Puddings, Yorkshire Yorkshire players, University of York, Yorkshire tea, Yorkshire victory. The fact that both teams are York teams does not make this Yorkshire victory any less significant, and anyone who says otherwise is clearly Lancastrian.
We're gonna move on to game 3. It's 37k now from the Dire side this time. I say from the Yorkshire Pudding side this time. So, I'm excited to see what's gonna happen now.
I'm just amazed.
What an absolutely extraordinary game that was. I mean, Duck Duck Grey Duck to about the 28th minute point were ahead, but then just an absolute turn of events and the lead, finishing the second round 1-1, going into now the third and final match of the game. What were your thoughts on that game?
I think Radio were doing some like side strat with the Undying ulti, the VKV, and the Bloodluster, but they had this timing of 20-25 minutes. Didn't work out. Team fight, especially the one top lane where they were seeking tier 2 tower, and then the Dire has just heroes that scale better. They have the Troll Warlord, they have the OD, and the Astro imprisonments were really helpful against the Radiant team as well, allowing multiple saves, and in the end the Radiant didn't really have the resources to deal enough damage and deal with the Dire heroes.
I think it was
absolutely
incredible.
Unbelievable. Grace, what is your opinion on the strategy changes throughout that game? What did Duck Duck Grey Duck do wrong this time that the Yorkshire Puddings did right?
I mean, I'm not sure if it's really very much about Duck Duck Grey Duck misplaying so much as Yorkshire Pudding's strategy being much more coherent and well executed compared to the first game. So in the first game, there was a very fast approach from Duck Duck Grey Duck, which went very well, and they tried the same thing in game 2, but Yorkshire Puddings basically responded to that better and were able to draw the game out longer. They were able to use, in particular, the Outworld Devourer and also the Troll Warlord magnificently to prevent themselves from getting overrun and to basically make it so that team fights which might have been a loss are either a kind of a draw or a slight win, and team fights which might have been more or less a win are then quite significant victories. So they managed things a bit further forward. So that's good.
Absolutely right. Adrian, your thoughts on the game?
I'm absolutely blown away. I can't believe it. Like, there was such a confident play from Duck Duck Grey Duck in the first game that I was expecting a good fight, but I thought it was going to be a challenge for them to kind of match that level of consistency. But honestly, like I'm so impressed. They, in the second half, they really pulled it together. I think there's going to be this next game is going to be really interesting because it's going to be close. I think they're both warmed up. They both know the strategies of the other team, and they know their own strategies a little bit better. This is where it gets interesting, and the fact that Yorkshire Puddings were able to keep it together in this second match, even more incredible. Even though that wouldn't happen if Grey Duck won. But anyway, I think it's going to be pretty exciting.
We've got some good stuff going on in chat as well. The Rubik from game 1 and also the Undying from game 2 is just having a pleasant little chat with our most esteemed viewer, Pyrian Flex. So all things are going well, and I'm looking forward to see another astounding performance from basically all of the people on the team, because one of the nice things about this sort of league, especially a local league, is for me and Nikito, we know all the players that are on these teams. We've played with them. We've won and lost alongside them. We've had fun in leagues and NSC and all sorts of student esports with them. And it's really wholesome to see them absolutely batter each other to pieces relentlessly without any mercy live.
I think it's going to be important to ask when we speak to them at the end of the game, like the captains, to sort of find out what actually changed for the Yorkshire Puddings, because there must have been some kind of strategic decision that they must have made mid-game, or maybe something that came. I have a strong feeling it wasn't a fluke, and I want to find out from them when we will, like what do they think was the dynamic decision that ended up giving them the win.
Absolutely. Well, all of that to come, but after this short break, we will be returning to match 3 to decide who will be crowned the champion of this year's Jorvik League.
an introduction to the.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen,
Hello.
to the third and final round of the Jorvik League.
Okay, so we are back together now, and that was phenomenal. I think that was a very exciting, very unpredicted event for them to win. I personally didn't expect that to happen, so it's going to be really exciting this next game.
Yeah, I didn't anticipate that. Sorry, Dan?
Yeah, no problem at all. We'll take a quick look at the highlights from Game 2 just to remind us before we head into Game 3.
Attack.
I think this is the
There we go.
D5 mid, yeah. You see the.
So, guys, what do we think were the pivotal moments during Game 2 that really turned it in the favour of the Yorkshire Puddings?
Probably the fight just now on the replay. I think the top tier 2 fight, where they got the 3 kills without no one dying, was a big turnaround. Because this is the if the Radiant got that tier 2 tower, then it would have looked much better for Radiant. That's a nice cookie there from our side.
I think this is a fairly significant fight as well. Obviously, losing Axe and OD isn't great, but getting 3 and a buyback is also pretty good. Tetra, beyond godlike with a double kill, it kind of tells you what you need to know. The Ogre also dying here, and Ace managing to survive even despite the constant amount of little zombies. Although that was a bit of a wasted ult. I will say that before. I said that before. A bit unnecessary. Cleaver here, absolutely surrounded. The Batrider trying his hardest to do what he can, but the long-range ult from Snapfire absolutely just ruining that little bat boy. And of course, caught out Abba. We have the Roche, very significant.
So taking that first Roche is really significant because the first this Aegis offers lots of map control because they don't want to fight into when you have the Aegis. Because if Radiant got the Aegis, then the Radiant can run down lanes. But the Dire got the Aegis, meaning they get the map control that they wanted, which buys more time.
I do have to say I really like the picks, and I think that the picks of Dire Team are really showing themselves to be really good. Just yeah,
I see that
showing this.
Knight got really unlucky there with the flicker. He was out of the core range, but then he flickered back into the cold.
Oh, that's not good. I had noticed that. Oh, that's very unpleasant. You may notice that in each of these highlights, the net worth is going more and more in favour of the Dire. There's a reason for that. It's because things just seem to be going in their way. When the game ended, they were 37,000 ahead and also 22 kills ahead. Standout picks for the Dire would have to be the OD and the Troll. There's also a very significant impact that the Spirit Breaker had.
Absolutely. What should we be looking out for in match 3 from both teams, do we think, to ensure victory?
I think Dr. Great Out is going to go back to the game 1 strat, something similar to the game 1 strat, where they have they just win lanes and they do good rotations, making sure mid goes well, and then mid can rotate to other lanes, and something similar. And Dire, we might see what we saw again from game 2, where they adopted the Duck Pudding strat of mid rotations and good strong lanes, and snowball from there. So you might see some equally strong lanes coming out from both sides in this game.
I'm also looking forward.
Right, well, I'm sorry. Well, the draft for match 3 is about to begin, so let's have a look at what the players are going to choose.
We've got an insta-ban Zeus from Yorkshire Puddings.
I guess they still want to deal with the first phase Zeus again.
it's respect bans. Like we'll see a Crystal Maiden banned in the first phase, and if it isn't, then Cleaver will pick it and he'll win the game. Crystal Maiden is banned. My skills of prediction are incredible. Yeah, they banned Chaos Knight again on the side of Duck Grey Duck. What else are you expecting to be kind of removed from the pool initially, Nikita?
Well, Snapfire has been on the winning side of both games, so maybe Snapfire ban. But I mean, we saw the... What did we see last time, the bans? Oh, they banned in the OD first phase, interesting. So they want to deal with the constant Asher imprisonment.
Yeah, I mean, they saw Ace playing it really, really well. And they're interesting that Yorkshire Puddings get the Spirit Breaker. It's a hero that both teams play exceptionally well.
I like the Spirit Breaker. I mean, I think it's Spirit Breaker. It's a natural hero. It's a hero that naturally rotates. So it kind of forces you to play in a way where you do good rotations. So it's a nice hero. But Lich is a good answer to the Spirit Breaker. Lich is a defensive support that provides damage, a physical damage reduction. The Spirit Breaker, basically all of Spirit Breaker's damage is all physical. So being able to protect the charge target with an ice shield and slow down Spirit Breaker's attack speed is really nice. Probably you kind of want something to pair with the Spirit Breaker now. Spirit Breaker is a very offensive support, so you can go something defensive to pair up with Spirit Breaker, or you can go something that follows up to Spirit Breaker. So we saw the Snapfire last time that can follow up to Spirit Breaker initiations.
I mean, Snapfire is still available. You could go for that.
Snapfire can be very good here. You might see the defensive support options. You can go Oracle. Oracle can purge the Lich Shield and also keep his team alive. You can go Shadow Demon in a similar way, provides a save and a purge. There's lots of options, really. They do go with the Undying themselves. Undying provides lots of team fight. It is... that is a double melee support, and...
they do deny Cleaver's pick, though.
Between
Cleaver's
them,
Undying was good last game, even if they didn't win.
10 seconds remaining.
Between them, these two heroes don't have too much damage, but they have lots of team fight. They have good catch, Spirit Breaker, and they have some save as well with the Undying heal.
Radiant team back.
The other thing that I'd like to note is if we're looking at... So they take the Snapfire on the side of Dire. If we're looking for something to kind of augment the melee support duo of Yorkshire Puddings, it might also be not an Undying support, as we saw in the previous game. Obviously, that didn't work out quite the way that Duck Grey Duck were hoping for it. But they could be maybe going for some kind of flex pick. I could see Avenge working quite well with Spirit Breaker and Undying, and then you can kind of put either the Undying or the Venge in a more farming position based on what you prefer, and we kind of leave that up to later on. They do go for banning Mars, which we saw in Game 1 as a ban, and the ban is now available for Duck Grey Duck. I like Mars as a ban, works very well with Lich, being able to force people into a confined space where you then have AoE and slow, and also Mars with the Ice Shield works really well. Spectre ban in response.
Spectre and Undying is a pretty classic combo. Undying is a really strong laner. Spectre isn't such a very strong laner, so you have the Undying covering for Spectre's weaknesses in lane. Also, Spectre, you can just delete these backline supports like a Lich and Snap instantly with the Haunt. PA ban, another standard meta ban. Might see Sven getting out, might see Jar being banned as well.
Dire team back.
Pugna ban, interesting. Jug ban. So Pugna ban indicates that they want to pick something casting related, something perhaps like a Lina or an they already banned the OD. So something, or maybe a Skywrath, something just that casts lots of spells in the backline. Sven ban, they don't want Sven's very strong support right now. And Jug ban indicates that they want to pick a hero. They also want to pick a hero that's magic related.
5 seconds
and that's magic that uses magic damage. And Jug obviously can nullify a lot of that using the spin.
Let's see. Darkseer. Darkseer Lich is classic. Just the amount of AoE damage comes out from a target, ideally a hard, high damage carry with movement speed that is obviously granted by the Darkseer, and tankiness granted by the Lich shield, and also the little spiky balls coming off as well. It's quite a nasty combination. Drow has been let through. We have a Drow lineup for Yorkshire Puddings.
So Darkseer, normally want to pick Darkseer with a melee +4, and in this case it's probably going to be a Snapfire +4, although it's not uncertain, you can always put it mid. But it's an awkward hero to work with the range support, because then Darkseer, what Darkseer likes to do is put the Iron Shell on the melee +4 and have the melee +4 run at the enemy heroes, but you can't do that when you're a ranged hero on the +4. But still, it's a good team fight hero, and Darkseer is nice that it's very good against illusion-based carries, because you can copy them, and suddenly all the items that the enemy carry had built for the illusions is worked against you. To counter this Darkseer with a Drow pick is a really nice pick here, because obviously Drow is a range hero, so it's not really affected that much by the Iron Shell, and can they don't have good jump options right now, unless they go Snapfire Ags onto the Drow Ranger. With these two beefy melee supports protecting the Drow Ranger, it's very much hard to kill. Sniper is a pretty unconventional pick here. It's very nice against the Undying, and also outranges the Drow Ranger. So in terms of a DPS fight, Drow Ranger might be in a disadvantage. It's good against the Tombstone, like I said. It's not so good against the Spirit Breaker, though. Sniper is very weak to jump any kind of in-your-face heroes, and Spirit Breaker is definitely one of them. So Sniper's going to have to watch out in the game. They do have escape options with the Darkseer Surge onto the Sniper. Onto the Sniper, sorry. They have the Cookie and they have the Lich Shield as well to protect the Sniper.
We do love to see outranging the Ranger. Underlord is very interesting. Obviously, Underlord doesn't benefit from Drow's aura, but does enable the entire team to get out quick if necessary, and is also an excellent offlaner, which makes me think that the Undying is going to be a support, unless they want to do... Oh no, the Undying is a support. So Spirit Breaker and Undying is support duo, Drow Ranger is carry, Underlord as offlaner, and now they need a mid, ideally a high damaged ranged mid. The final ban is coming up. They did also ban the Void, which I believe you mentioned, and then also Dr. Greyduck banned a Queen of Pain, which could have been quite nice for Yorkshire Puddings.
I want to talk about why the Underlord is good. Underlord has a root on the placement, which is really good with the Drow Ranger, just because it protects the Drow Ranger from being jumped at. Heroes like Storm, Puck, Void Spirit that like to jump, that are very good at jumping, the Drow Ranger gets stopped by the Underlord pit, and they can't really do much to escape it. And we see the Troll ban, we see the Faces Void ban, and they go with the Ember Spirit. It's a very nice hero in this game so far. They have no reliable disables, and Ember loves when they don't have no reliable disables, because it's very hard to catch an Ember Spirit. You can use Slight, you can use Remnant, you're all over the place, and the Dire heroes need to get either the Ember needs to make an oopsie and get caught out by the Dire stuns, or yeah, it's just really hard to kill an Ember here. Do you have the last pick answer to this though? So they're probably looking to pick a safe lane here. I think you need something that can jump the Drow and act as a frontliner. That's not also... It's a very narrow criteria, because you have to factor in the fact that it has to be good against the Underlord. Perhaps... Ooh, this is actually hard. Let me look up some heroes.
I'm just confused, because I know that Pudding's draft is good, but I am always a little bit weirded out seeing a Drow draft without several other ranged heroes, and seeing a Drow draft where the only ranged hero is Drow.
It doesn't matter too much nowadays, just because Drow herself is a really strong hero. I mean, it's always nice to give your other heroes armor, but you don't. It's not necessary. Sometimes it's just good to just have 4 heroes that protect Drow Ranger, and Drow Ranger do all the damage. Thinking of the possible heroes, something like a CK.
They picked Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage. Oh shit, I missed that Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage is very, very good this game. The Radiant do have a timing where they can push down and take lots of towers, 20-25 minutes for the Drow Ranger and the Underlord. And
wait, who wins the cosmetic contest? Is it Hoy with the Anti-Mage persona? Is it Arasite with his Roman soldier get up for Undying? Or is it Drow Ranger with her ghostly drow? Ooh, spooky. Look, she's all see-through. She's translucent. Snapfire, Darkseer, Sniper, and Lich haven't picked their cosmetics, so I can't rate them. I can only say that they're better than Smash and Ace, who are naked and ashamed. Anti-Mage looks good. Lich now as Cleaver guy. Cleaver's showing off. Nice. Carrie Brownstein looks very good as well in Darkseer. Snapfire, does Snapfire even have cosmetics?
Not right now. Doesn't have any.
Well, I'm sure they'll.
She has an Immortal from the Halo. That's very expensive.
Right. Here's my idea for a Snapfire cosmetic. Get her to ride a big frog.
Potentially.
Okay, so what we just saw was the drafting, and it looked, your commentary was very interesting. So, I'm curious to hear what you both think of how. Okay, I'm curious to see. So I'm sorry. I'm curious to hear how you think the drafting is going to impact the game. Who do you think is going to have the advantage here?
So if the game goes late, then Anti-Mage is an unstoppable hero here. The Radiant hero has a nice timing where they can push with the jar. They get all the aura items on the Underlord, and they just 5-man. Dire team on the other hand is looking to create space for the Anti-Mage. They have good heroes to do that. They have Ember Spirit. They have Darkseer that can split push. They have Anti-Mage that can also split push. And in the very, very late game, Anti-Mage is going to be a very hard to kill hero that can just jump on it in and forth out of the fights and cause a lot of havoc.
So do you think basically if it goes late game, it's pretty much guaranteed to be Anti-Mage victory?
I wouldn't say guaranteed, just because they have a Drow Ranger. And Drow Rangers can just, if they win a one team fight, they can obliterate the base really fast. But it's very, very much
5-man smoke.
Radiant have to pressure and Dire have to withhold, and then once it gets late, then Dire favor. They're starting off the shrapnel, the crystals, but unfortunately, they don't have the disabled. Slowing down with the shrapnel, but I think this is a very ambitious skill. They skill the cookie and maybe, but yeah, this is not. And they do guess this ward is really nice because it spots out Spirit Breaker rotations. You want to place one on the top near the top rune as well, because if this sniper is going to be on the mid roll, he's very susceptible to Spirit Breaker ganks. So the way you do that is obviously either you spot the Spirit Breaker running at you, in which you call for TP rotations, or you just stop the charge from the lane. But yeah, I see them laning. It looks like the Snapfire and the Darkseer.
I mean, they're doing a tri-lane.
They're doing an aggro tri-lane. Darkseer always likes solo lanes, and against Darkseer, against Underlord, it's going to be a farm fest of whoever pushes out the lane first and goes to the nearest camp, and then takes that as well. This is not. So in terms of tri-lane, they have a Lich. Lich is very strong in the tri-lane. But Anti-Mage Drow is also very strong in the tri-lane. Frost Arrows and Multi-Shots are very strong spell. And Spirit Breaker is very tanky.
Look at Anti-Mage, absolutely taking damage.
Yeah, Anti-Mage also skilled mana burn, so she might actually die here.
Yep, first blood. Anti-Mage dies, and they get 2. Excellent. Did they get 3? Oh, Cleaver, no.
You don't want to dive this.
Cleaver, my boy. Yeah, he's dead.
They missed. Oh, they get the loss. Butter might fall for this.
Oh my god.
It's a self-save. So you see the problem of doing a tri-lane against an Undying. If an Undying can get lots of decay stacks really easily against the tri-lane, and it's gonna. And yeah, you have dual melee supports that are all beefy, and a Drow to dish out the damage. Drow's a very strong laner now, so the tri-lane might not be a good idea coming in from the Dire team.
Yeah, I think it might be better if they maybe put the potentially the Snapfire in top lane? Or do you think they should send Lich up?
So you put anti-mage. I mean, your anti-maging is Underlord. I mean, a good anti-mage player can like barely get pressured, and you can just completely zone out the Underlord. Because if the Underlord doesn't have mana, then you suddenly can't push the wave anymore with Firestone, and then you kind of lose the strength as the offlaner. You can't push the lane. This is so the early levels here, snipers should be able to harass the Ember completely out just from the range advantage. But once it hits level 6 and the Spirit Breaker rotations as well, you have to be very careful. We see the replay here. The Frost Arrow is coming out doing a lot of damage. The decays as well. The Spirit Breaker doing sure the do just slowing the enemies. Coming in, we see the charge onto.
Yeah, Tetra's dead. But he got so much damage up before he died. It looks like Snapfire will fall. Potentially Anti-Mage could have fallen if it were not for that Lich. That Lich shield right there. It's looking good for Radiant so far. We are a slight god lead, 4-1 in kills, and the top of the last hits chart is the Underlord. We have another charge. Does that look like it might be an Anti-Mage falling in bot lane? Can we look at the bot lane?
He's safe. He can't. He's fine. He's fine.
It's fine. He's fine. Okay. It's okay. He salves up. Cleaver is just kind of protecting his anti-mage. Tetra is dealing quite a lot of damage even early on, and isn't shy about it either.
So one thing to know about here is the creep advantage here. Oh, lots of trade coming up bottom lane. Smash is able to walk away with
Smash!
The valley point is pit doing a lot there. It's a very nice option to skill pit. So
even ending it with an all chat voice line, I do not think. You don't need to. Well, it skills like that. That was an absolutely masterful bait. It really looked like I certainly thought the Underlord was going to die, and instead killing the Darkseer. Very effective.
You see the anti-mage is struggling a lot in the chain. Jar's completely free to life it, just because this is a bigger creep advantage for the Jar Ranger. Bigger creep advantage means that the anti-mage, if anti-mage tries to contest the Jar and Jar's harassing her, then anti-mage takes a lot of creep damage. And also, when your creeps are this far up, then you can get some free pulls off really easily. You see Spirit Breaker charging something here. It's charging the Snapfire, but the anti-mage is here, and they have the cookie to stun the Spirit Breaker. Let's see if they can land it. For sure, they missed the Scatter Blast, but Sniper with the Hastings as well. It's over here. Sadly,
the lanes over?
No, it's too. You should. It's hard. It's really hard to swap lanes once the laning phase starts, because if you TP to the other lane to swap lanes, then your TP's on cooldown and the enemy just TPs their heroes to your lane, so it becomes just the lane swap becomes nullified. So if you're walking, you lose a lot of EXP, and then suddenly the enemy heroes have an EXP advantage. Yeah, the pit does so much here. You normally don't skill pit at level 4, but it's very good in this lane. Just because of the fact that you don't really need your E in this lane, because you're not looking to. You're looking to just push out the lane and go to jungle so you get more farm and outpace the enemy often. Jungle's actually struggling because of last hits, even if can get a lot of harass out. You can just see just a natural last advantage. There's 4 heroes here. Sniper rotating as a level 5. Sniper's level 6. The multi-shot takes so much damage. They might try to kill the sniper here. The frost arrows start up, and Cleaver's going to have to tank it.
Yeah, Cleaver died so that Sniper might live.
Yeah, swapping out to Manila. Manila is taking a lot of frost arrow damage.
Tetra dies. Honestly, I don't know what to think about that engagement, because you have 2 deaths on the side of the Dire, and they're both supports.
It's not good,
then you lose
because your sniper is letting the Ember get level 6. And you can just see what happens here. Ember instantly level 6, just jump on the sniper and can't do much as a sniper. And you don't also when a mana is completely drained on both heroes, the Undying and Drow Ranger, you see they were using their spells as much as possible. You don't take as much damage from mana burn. So against an anti-mage, it's really good to use up your mana so you don't take the extra damage.
Certainly seems like they're trying to get their money's worth for basically all of their spells. Anti-Mage is kind of trying to find Arrowside there, but instead finds Tetra. Does get gone on by Spartan.
Yeah, they still get
badly timed.
Oh, this is really good though. The cookie was nice, and yeah, the problem there was that the melee heroes are supposed to protect the Zhao kind of went off and left the Zhao to a vulnerable state where she was being attacked by 3 heroes. Yeah. See the Lich might get 4 though, but in exchange Anti-Mage just get the kill. Anti-Mage double kill. Meanwhile, Ember pressuring the middle tower with the DD is likely going to be able to take the tower. So these sniper rotations are nice for your Anti-Mage, but they're not nice for the game because you're losing a mid tower for this.
So at the top of net worth, we do have the Underlord. And we had the sniper die to the Ember, and we had quite a lot of action in bot lane, and throughout most of that, Underlord's just farming in top.
Yeah, I think Dux is tanking Firestorm too much if he's this slow. You kind of have to just let the Iron Shell push out the wave, and then you just go hit the neutral camps with your Iron Shell on yourself as well.
All of the combat is happening in the trial,
down.
as expected. The Tombstone is there, and Anti-Mage is going to die.
Out.
Yeah, he dies. There's nothing he can do.
Yeah, this looks to be another kill for Drow Ranger. Can they run away? He's pretty fast on the snapper. He has boots
very
and
fast.
Oh, he's trying to get charge vision. Get it? Nope, playing the vision very nicely. See if we can charge onto Sniper, but Sniper's kind of tanky now. Also has a level advantage, level 7. Double cookie, very well done. Sniper's gonna use his ultimate. Meanwhile, Kerry Brownstein getting a kill on this smash. Mid lane tower is taking a lot of damage.
An excellent turnaround for the Dire, but all the time while it's happening, they are taking tower pressure in mid. Lich doesn't have ult yet. There's one thing I would point out.
It's like level 3. It's the one disadvantage of the trialing. The support's going to be incredibly underleveled.
There's no ult on Snapfire either. Snapfire's only level 4.
Yeah, I mean they're okay. Normally you don't really have supports being level. Normally you want to siphon your EXP to your carriers, so normally you don't really get level 6 in supports until 10 minutes in anyway. So this is normal.
What do you think about the item builds? I know it's been a very aggressive.
It's a bit too early to tell.
Not looked at anything. Snapfire's very poor. Oh, there we go. Should be able to. 4 deaths on Spirit Breaker and also Snapfire as well.
Yeah. I would like this Ember to rotate a bit more. I mean, you're a very strong Ember. You're the strongest hero on the map right now. The Sniper's having to rotate a lot, so he's behind on levels. Ember if is able to rotate, it's multi-stock doing so much damage again. They're going on to the Undying though. It's not a great target to go on, but they have the Sniper ulti. Now Anti-Mage blinking in onto the Drow Ranger.
I got a slight delay on my end of the stream, so I said do they have the damage to kill Undying, and then it resynced and they'd already killed Undying.
Sniper's getting gone on by the Ember Spirit. Ember's gonna have to back away with them though. Tanky tower hits. Okay, Brownstein got pitted but can run away using the surge.
It's pretty low, but there's not much mana on Smash.
Death Soaring.
So he doesn't have. Oh, he does have Soaring, yeah.
You don't want to tank Firestorm. Okay, Brownstein. And this is a catapult move, so this is good. Just pushing out the way, deleting the enemy catapult, and if you keep your own catapult alive here, you can do a lot of damage to the tower.
I have 3 in mid, and there's combat going on.
See the tower being 4 is really good. It's like doing a lot of damage here. Sniper to 4. I don't think they can kill this Ember. Ember's just a bit too strong right now. Level 9.
They do ult him.
Those slides so much damage, and the Spirit Breaker.
They just heal him up with the Undying. That deals so much. Anti-Mage is going in. Darkseer is charged by Spartan. Spartan, I think, dies on the tower, and Anti-Mage is left 1v3 and decides to not engage, which is the right decision. Because if he does, what can he really do?
Anti-Mage trying to fight is really bad. You don't want to fight his Anti-Mage. You just farm. Like right now, this top lane fight is bot lane fight completely. If anti-mage is there, instead of trying to kill someone in mid but not being successful, we're just wasting a lot of time. You can see Ember Spirit has a lot of mana. It's gonna get chained out. The mana boy is pretty big. I don't think he has mana for the. Oh, nice slight dodge for the quickie. But the sniper ulti should secure the kill.
Yeah, I don't think they want to charge on Smash. If the distraction of going around the firestorm is very significant. Anti-mage blinks out, so it doesn't get killed by a chain stun with Bash. Manolo Magic gets pitted, and then subsequently gets stuck by some creeps, but manages to get out of it. Smash is now low and getting continually sniped by Sniper. The heal and sustain from the Undying is coming very much in handy. Sniper's dead. Oh, wow! Okay, yeah, Spartan even lives. Spartan lives for that. Ember gets a triple kill. It's keeping it ace. It's absolutely ace. Like, what else can you say to that? That they'd forgotten about the remnant.
Bot lane. Oh no, just a pokey cheeky slice of fist. Yeah. Just getting Deso is really good.
I like. Yeah, Deso's the right build here, in my opinion. We've got Mana Boots on Undying, which is good. A little bit of tankiness with a Bracer. Underlord's already got his. We saw the Soul Ring and the Mana Boots, but he also has Hood. They're going.
The ulti. They have the pit. Oh, but the Undying damage.
And anti-mage got killed by Undying there. Very low. Spartan could possibly get gone on by Mantle and Magic, but Mantle is going to die for it either way, and he doesn't even die. Yeah, that was far too aggressive.
John Ranger, meanwhile, full bottom lane, the dogs here. That's a nice kill there.
How farmed is Drow? That's, I think, a very key question.
Oh, Blade now. Blade was good on Raker here. See charge coming in, bottom lane. Probably onto. Oh, they were like QVA killing with the slight. So much damage just because of the level advantage and the items he has.
I'm really impressed by how our underdog is performing. Like, they're not even showing like an underdog. Like in the first game that played, it was very clear they were kind of behind from the beginning. But
inside the face, they have the guts to follow up. Yes, nicely done. And that's another anti-mage kill.
How many times have they killed anti-mage now? They're making it look easy. They're making it look like he isn't even a big deal. And Ember Spirit has 7 kills. Anti-mage is dead for 30 seconds. Well, 20 seconds. Oh, we've got someone in chat that needs to be banned. Want to become famous, buy followers, etc. Somebody ban that. I'm not a mod on this channel.
Smash getting a solo kill top lane with Carrie Brownstein. Probably playing too aggressive on the dark side. And sieging this tower, Jar Ranger can easily take towers. They have the Blightstone on the Ember Spirit for nice minus armor. Try to deny the tower, but fortunately, Sniper does not do enough damage.
Drow gets a kill. Bounty rune. Gets a tower kill. Bounty rune taken by Anti-Mage. Spartan gets another bounty rune, and then Smash gets a bounty rune. How's the rune split? There's one left to go. I think it was 3 and 1 for Saint Soul Column.
And we see the fight here. Baker charging onto the sniper here, and nicely timed with the remnant. Good call by Ace there to go in and gets the double chain like a bit. Another team fight. Tombstone being laid down. They killed the 2 supports already. He hasn't got the ulti, sadly still. Anti-mage stuck by the Tombstone, but now they're kind of lacking damage. They got the Ember Spirit already, so they lost all the damage. Now the Spirit Breaker should be able to charge away. He has to stick to refresh the charge, and there we go. Charges to the top lane, away he goes. So I mean, this is the sniper does for, and also the 2 supports, but they do get the Ember kill, which is nice for the gold bounty, the streak bounty that he had.
Yeah.
Still, they are very far behind, and they will
8k behind, and also 12 kills in 16 minutes behind. Quite significant. Anti-Mage's farm is it could be better. shall we say. In 16 minutes, when you compare that to to anyone on the Radiant team, really. If you look at the difference in net worth, it's approaching 10k. It's slightly slowing down a little bit, but it's definitely looking solidly in favor of the Radiant, despite small moments of good display by the hands of the Dire, in particular Hoy.
I'm going to the under a little bit. This guy's just way too tanky at the moment.
Why would you approach that? 7 levels behind, 1-on-1. Why would you do that?
Pipe as well.
I can't imagine what's going through Manilow's mind right there. He's just gonna die.
Smash is very far in though. We have the sniper ulti, but
good job for Lich.
Done, but Lich
Cleaver's just gonna die. Cleaver's just gonna die. They get it, but that was Cleaver did die. I was right.
Still a lot of space created. I mean, look at this. Meanwhile, they get the anti-mage kill and anti-mage battle fury even further delayed. It's gonna be a very sad anti-mage. Jarl Ranger
look at how low
Vanilla Magic and multi-shot enough damage.
The Darkseer was on 50 health and had to back. Sniper is alone, and if he tries to fight, he'll just die. They get a kill on the Snapfire. There's 3 people in mid lane. They're just hitting the tower. There's no fear at all. Everything's going fine.
Chains.
Sniper is Maelstrom, is it? Is it Maelstrom? Yeah, it's Maelstrom. Maelstrom and going 4 stuff. What else can we see about item build? Darkseer's got his mech. Lich is pretty poor. That's kind of to be expected. Lich doesn't even have tranquils yet. Grovebow and Keen Optic both found by Drow.
Really good on Joe. Gives the extra attack range.
Does that with the?
It's just extra attack range. You see another kill, multi-sniper. Keeping it is taking a lot of magic damage. That's cool. They have the Lich ulti, and unfortunately there's only 1 bounce. Just right-clicking on the ground, there's just nothing that can do. The Frost Arrows, Tetrachrome dominating now.
If Spartan had charged for a non-Lich target, they might have been able to get another kill. But of course that's fine. Lich did die in the end. Smash is smashing the tower. There's a lot of map control for the Radiant. There is a pretty good ward that sees River Rune, and also there's good de-warding, especially in the bottom forest for the side of the Dire. Manilow Magic has not had a great game, I would say. 9 deaths is quite significant, although 11 assists is good. There is just definitely a lack of tankiness and a lack of caution, I would say.
So this is the anti-mage killed. That was not shown, but you see the. Oh no, this is the first. Watch all the kill. You have a team fight here. Big vacuum into wall. The Elite is getting a lot of damage, but Carry Bouncer is already very low. Nice, the slice of it. Chris was stuck in the middle of the team fight. It's attempting to buyback from the Carry Brownstein, but the fight is kind of already over. They only get a Spirit Break, unfortunately. Well, 3 dead on the Dire. Sorry, 4 dead on the Dire side with the buyback forced by Carry Brownstein. Meanwhile, Tetra's just hitting
on the side of the
tower. So that was a huge fight. Sorry, that was a 4v4. That was a 5v4 fight.
Yeah.
And now, keeping engaged in Deso, the slightest.
Anti-mage. He's gone. You see an anti-mage, and then you don't see an anti-mage anymore, and you wonder what happened to that anti-mage, and I tell you it was keeping it ace. Smash takes the tower. Brownstein is going towards Guardian Greaves, an excellent decision, purges off a number of nasty effects, Tetra farming Ancients, and is going for the Hurricane Pike, already has 1 part of the item. This AM is so sad, oh my goodness, according to Twitch chat. I am inclined to agree, unfortunately, especially when you consider how excellently Hoy did in the first game of this 3-game series. I am also disappointed in the supports of the Dire, both Manilow Magic and Cleaver. I think Cleaver's been probably playing a little bit better than Manilow, but also hasn't... The lack of caution that Manilow has displayed has at least enabled him to get some experience, even if he is significantly behind. his counterparts on the other side. Arasite's doing quite well. Ace and Spartan are going for the Roshan. They have the area significantly warded, but Dire do know that it's happening with a well-timed scan. Tetra is also in the area, which means that the only person not immediately around the Rosh Pit for the side of the Radiant is the Underlord. Carrie Brownstein comes in to fight, puts a excellent.
Snapfire ulti as well. On the Tetra is taking a lot of damage. Remember's gone in to try to stop the Snapfire Mortimer kisses and actually kills Sniper with the sight of his. Tombstone's laid down and is doing a lot of work. Lots of zombies on the floor. Melina Magic with the haste is going to run away. Anti-Mage blinking in, picks up the Arcane Rune and it's in a weird situation. Charge on to Melina Magic. Melina Magic dead. Buyback from the Lich. Lich who died to the I think the Ember Spirit, and the Jar Ranger is dead, and they have a nice pit, but still that's 4 heroes alive, and they took a lot. They traded a lot for that. They bought back as well.
I think that fight went as well as Dire could have expected to, and at the end of it, the Radiant still gets Rosh. It just shows you the sort of situation that they were in. Like if you look at all the things that went right in that fight, there was a vacuum wall into pit that hits 3, including somebody who was already on maybe 20% health at most at the start of the fight, and also 2 initial kills to begin the fight, and then it's a fight that you lose. So that just illustrates what an 18k gold disadvantage does to you 23 minutes into the game.
Alright, it will go ages. Look at this Ember's going for full physical, double Crystallis. Not really see much, but it does crit a lot with this, and does so much damage. They don't really have much armor on the right Dire side.
Do they have anti-armor on the side of the Radiant?
Can we check Anti-Mage's items? I wonder if he has a Battle Fury at the moment. There we go. Still building it. He has it. He has the gold for it now, but still, 23-minute Battle Fury. It's not something you like when the enemy team is pushing your tier 3 with Desolator and the Aegis. Even Frost Armor. Shadowbreaker ulti onto Carrie Brownstein. The Lich ulti is laid out, doing a lot of damage, but unfortunately the damage isn't enough, and the pipe also saved. Mortimer kisses is whiffed, and the Anti-Mage TP's back, but Sight of Fish just destroying. Look at the Drow damage, the Fox is so much damage as well. That's Anti-Mage there. Sight of Fish, Chris Boss.
I think at this point I have to say that the best player for this game anyway on the side of the Radiant has been the Drow. Tetra did absolutely splendid in lane and has been just outputting a massive amount of damage, doing exactly what its role needs him to do. Of course, everyone else in the team is also doing excellently, especially Ace. But keeping an Ace is wicked sick. That was very nice. I think the lane in bot went really well. I think they've set themselves up into a position where there's very little that the Dire can do. I think we're about to see a victory for the Radiant, frankly.
Oh, silent stuff. You can't use vacuum anymore. The ODG screams as well.
Yeah. Couldn't even get Tetra down with him. Looks like we're about to get our quote-unquote underdogs winning 2 games very soundly.
It's not over yet.
I know it's not over yet. I'm just saying it looks definitely in their favor. I think if I were a betting man, I would put.
Did he call it? So yeah, he talked about the 35-minute push sighting, and the Desolator is a very nice pickup here. There's like barely any armor coming in from the Dire side, so it does a lot of physical damage. It's really nice that Jar Ranger is going to be able to strip all of the base armor with the procs, and yeah. Anti-Mage did not get any farm at all in the bottom lane. Tri-lane was a unfortunate decision. Don't want to tri-lane against Undying, because Undying and Spellbreaker both just tanky supports are just going to bully you up the lane, especially when you have such a hero like Anti-Mage, a melee hero against a Drow Ranger.
The Drow lane was very unfair. It did not look fun at all, frankly. To be on the Dire side in that bot lane.
So this is the first time Yorkshire Puddings has stricken back after 2 years, I think.
Yeah, what an absolutely incredible game. Well, that is it. It is the Yorkshire Puddings who are going to be taking this year's Jorvik Cup. We are going to be cutting to a chat with the captains of both teams teams. But before we do that, guys, give me your final thoughts on today's matches.
I think they're all like pretty nice matches. Game 2 especially was pretty close, and we got to see some exciting stuff, like the E-Blade Magi destroying the Troll Warlord. Game 3 is a bit sad, but they had this big timing, and they managed to accomplish it. They pushed together and they fought well as a team together. But I think both teams did play well.
I really enjoyed seeing the late game performance of Outworld Devourer in Game 2. And I thought the Drow play in particular from Game 3 was spectacular. Other than that, I just wanted to say some of the players that I've had the honor of playing with really showed themselves to be absolutely fantastic in this game. And it was wonderful to see two York teams smashing into each other mercilessly. And now we have a winner, our underdog.
Absolutely, it was fantastic. What a turn of events. Adrian, any final thoughts on the game?
I'm honestly completely blown away. I can't believe it. It was really incredible. They really pulled it together. I'm very impressed. I'm looking forward to talking to them very shortly.
Of course. Right. Well, yes, we will be talking to both of the team captains. But before we do, let's just go through some highlights of the 3 matches that we saw today.
It's the first one, I think, with Tri-Lane. And they're just right-clicking the anti-mage, because the anti-mage went mana burn level 1, so you can't blink away. Also, it's so much damage.
Why did he go mana burn level 1?
It's for the lane, but yeah, it's not good against the Jar lane. And here we have the Underlord is just too beefy to kill.
It was a good snipe on Ace, to be fair.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, an Underlord is free to do whatever he wants, because at this point he's just too tanky for any of the
He just takes the tower. He just hitting the tower. He's a large boy, and he's hitting. And if you try and stop him, you will die.
This point, keeping Ace a bit too much of an overextension. He ran out of mana as well, so he can't jump, and the sniper ulti finishes him.
Yeah. That was the one that we saw. And
this is a nice call by the Bailey team to go in here. They had the Remnant previously placed ready, and the Spirit Breaker, the charge, get double sleight of hand and double chain, and triple kill for Ace.
And Spartan even survives as well. So excellent exchange. This is the Roshan fight.
Yeah, it does fall very fast with the Jar Ranger and the Desolator, plus the Medallion. I think that's from the Arasite coming in. Pete does walk in, get a nice vacuum wall, but unfortunately that's not enough. The Snapfire ulti is a bit late. I mean, if you probably timed it early. They do get the Jar Ranger, they get the Spirit Breaker as well. But meanwhile, like keeping an Ace in the background, there's so much damage on the side of the back. The Tombstone's doing a lot in the fight. And the anti-mage here can just get caught. Oh, sorry, the Snapfire getting caught here overextension. And the anti-mage just fall straight after from the Sleight of Fist and the Ember Spirit, I believe. Oh yeah, they get a free Roche as well. I have to wait for the wall, but
once the wall goes down though, it's
this is the siege. A nice Spirit Breaker ulti to catch the darts here. The Chain Frost unfortunately tanked out by the Underlord pipe. And Sleight of Fist do so much damage. You can just see one Sleight of Fist, two Sleight of Fist, with the Desolator, Cleaver Guy deleted, and Jar Gust is very nice. Stops the Ember Spirit from getting mana voided, and then also kills the enemy mage.
I absolutely love the build from Ace. I think, especially when you compare it to, and I realised that I've criticised this quite harshly before, the frankly disastrous choice to take Boots of Travels before. The Crystallis and Deso thing, you can really see the amount of damage that is put out. It's not something
I don't
know. I think your captain has. Sorry about that.
I don't know if like 2 Crystallises are very efficient. Normally you just go to Daedalus straight away, but so the physics damage is definitely the good way to go here. Especially when you have such a big lead. The Maelstrom, some people like to go Maelstrom Member, but it's not so good in this game, especially against an anti-mage. You already have good wave clear with Underlord, so the minus one is definitely a correct choice to go. You see, I mean, this was a Spirit Breaker charge here. You notice like the dire sports also weren't ready for this. They didn't expect the remnant in from the.
That play was sick. The remnant being already played.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top
Oh,
tower
nice.
is under attack.
Seems like someone in the Twitch chat got modded so that you could remove the person who was spamming. So that's nice. Are we still waiting on the captains for the interview, or were there any other thoughts that you had for the first and second game? So we're looking at a lot of the replays from the final game, and I wondered from earlier on.
So can you repeat that?
I was just wondering what stood out to you as like defining moments of the first two games. Just because when we looked at the first game, it was very, very swift victory.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think for the first game, I think the swap saves were really stood out for me because they were really on point. And Vanilla Magic was in a really good position to get these clutch saves off. And I think the 1 point got the Snapfire save off, and the Snapfire was able to ulti and do a lot of damage. Second game, I think there were lots of eBay shenanigans, but probably the fight where Tetcher got like a triple kill, not triple kill, using the BKB.
Oh, we're watching Troll Warlord moment at the moment. Troll seemed, I think Troll survives this moment.
He
just stands there and hits things very fast, and then they die. Good old Earthshaker. A lot of the Earthshaker ults were pretty unfortunate, just because they hit exactly where they needed to, but the damage just wasn't there. There wasn't a follow-up. And as the Earthshaker player in that situation, you can't help but feel kind of frustrated.
Well, when you're the when your thoughts on is an undying, not much damage going in.
Yeah.
This is the mid lane fight where they go with the Echo Slam. Gets a nice Echo Slam, but the first hit bash here, boom! Gonna get the enchanted as well. So before the W lands.
Did Ace survive this? I think he did, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah,
oh, it was really good.
The Astral just before the Ignite from the
Radiant structures are
yeah.
fortified.
The Astral timings from Ace. The Astral timings from Ace were really good in the second game. I've only just said.
Evelyn is not really an item. Not really an item. But like when it's against the back, it's really nice because it allows you to really much easier when you have an Evelyn. And especially with the Agamemnon, you have such a big range on the, you have such a big casting range on your
Radiant structures.
So the game one ends where they couldn't really handle the Zeus and the Climber still dragging.
Yeah, I was thinking about. I wanted to point it out. It's a nice moment.
Right. Right, well, we are now being joined by Peter York. Peter, first of all, thank you so much for you and your team for competing with us today. 3 absolutely phenomenal matches. Unfortunately, didn't go your way, though. What were your thoughts on the games today?
Obviously, disappointed overall. The second game, first game, happened as we'd planned. The second game kind of... We probably deserved what happened after the second game where we kind of got a bit silly with it. We had talked about doing a carry and dying and sort of tried to find something that would make it work and didn't quite get there. But then in the third game, so at the beginning, basically, Alex, our Snapfire, Malino Magic, he had some technical issue when they got that first blood and all the other kills that followed that. And that just kind of... The game spiraled from there. There was some issues with his abilities. He said they could had sort of debound, and then after that, there was no recovering.
Ooh.
But we tried.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, 3 very, very competitive and really entertaining games. Did anything surprise you about the opposition today?
Yeah, I mean, so that last game, I thought we were going to be able to bring it back. I'm not sure exactly what happened in the other lane. It was kind of like a last-minute choice for us to decide to try the aggro tri lane. it may have been that was basically a poor choice, and we should have immediately sort of swapped lanes after that. I basically was focusing on my own lane, and I didn't see quite how it got so bad for the anti-mage. But obviously, partway through that like laning phase, there was basically no hope for that game because our anti-mage was just so far behind. I mean, I don't know. I guess with an anti-mage, there's always the chance of coming back, but it just didn't happen that way. So yeah, I was surprised by that sort of the early game strength of that last draft.
Guido, I believe you had some questions to ask.
Yeah. I think we saw a couple of interesting jobs. In the game 1, we saw the Zeus first phase. Was that in response to the Dire Heroes, or was that something you just planned all along?
I mean, it's Nasos. If he has to play mid, like we want to get the Zeus if possible. So yeah, we were sort of properly tryharding game 1, game 2. Obviously, it's probably a little bit rude, and then game 3, we were sort of trying but confident. So the Zeus basically is like the safest. Like if we want to guarantee a win, get the Zeus on Nasos. It's really hard to play against if you don't have tools like Spectre or other stuff that we kept out of the pool. Yeah. It's just really hard to play against, and Nasos is comfortable. So yeah, basically not at all a reaction pick. That was us doing what we wanted.
Also, how do you feel about the meta right now? Is like anything you wish for it to be changed, or anything you really want in the next patch?
Well, I'm excited to see the new hero. The meta is kind of interesting. I mean, like when you watch the pro games, it's often like it basically all comes down to the carry, it seems, at the moment.
Yeah.
So basically, we banned most of the like popular carries in most of those games to try and keep it interesting.
All of the carries, basically.
Yes. Well, Jasper said he didn't want to play Spectre or Sven, so it's like, well, okay, well, we'll ban those two and any other ones that are like currently good and sort of let Jasper clown a little bit. Jasper being Knifefoot. So yeah, basically, I think less of a. Because I mean, like, I don't know, when you're like every draft, when you're watching the pro games, there's like a first pick or like first phase carry. It's just not that interesting.
Yeah. And one more question. Unfortunately, you didn't manage to win against Yorkshire Puddings this year, but do you plan on coming back next year to take revenge and claiming the right?
I mean, it will lose some of its luster not having the opportunity of like 3 in a row, but like I've got to regain some amount of pride after that defeat. It was just
if it makes you feel better, you're winning overall.
Sorry?
If it makes you feel better, you're winning overall. If you go year by year,
of course. I don't worry, I haven't forgotten that.
I'm very impressed. It was I'm very impressed with their play, Yorkshire Puddings. Like after our chat, we were, I was rooting for you guys. Okay, so we are going to now have a quick chat with the captain of the Yorkshire Puddings. Thank you for joining us.
And I hope so much. It's been an absolute pleasure hosting you this year, and yeah, we do hope that you can make it back next year. So send your regards to the team as well for taking part in this.
Yes, will do. Assuming that was aimed at me. Just
yes.
It was.
Okay.
Connecting live to Ace from the Yorkshire Puddings.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
We can hear you. Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, just congratulations on a fantastic 3 games. Really well done today. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are Naga did not work out. We were behind. It's a pain in the ass to play Naga from behind. But other than that, they were really rude with choosing such a draft 2. I was thinking, why are they doing this to themselves? And game 3, we pulled it back. We showed them that we, in fact, are a really strong team, and they shouldn't underestimate us like that.
You absolutely did. Of course, coming up short in the first game, how much did the strategy change leading into matches 2 and 3 that inevitably led to your victory?
We actually had respect for them, so we were drafting seriously throughout the whole thing. So it didn't change much. Yeah, just a little bit salty.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You have the right.
Of course, lockdown has lifted. Any celebrations tonight?
Celebrations? I mean, we're all getting hammered. It's Friday, isn't
it? Brilliant.
Grace, do you have any questions about your drafting? And I wondered, did you make a point of respect banning? Especially, I noticed that Crystal Maiden never made it through.
Oh yeah, no, knowing Cleaver, knowing like his top class, world class, team secret, level CM. Nah, we had to just get rid of it every time.
Yeah, it seemed like you really treated your opponents with more respect than they did you, at least in the banning phase.
Yeah. Well, we tried our best to give us best position to win.
I asked Pete this as well, but how do you feel about the current patch? And is there anything you want to see in the next patch?
Oh yeah, I want Naga to get buffed, seriously buffed. Because I love Naga. It's a comfort hero, but it requires a lot of team coordination. Because they do need to make space in the beginning, so I could get Yasha Diffu at like 40 minutes. That's the peak timing, and then you just snowball with like booster travels and so on. But currently, it's very hard to not join fights early on. So maybe make the meta like more slow. Maybe slower matches. That would be really nice. That's something I would like to see.
And this is also. So go on.
I was just going to ask what you thought about the second game. I particularly liked your play as the World Devourer, and it seemed like you were really comfortable in that role. Were there any notes you had from there?
I wouldn't say I was actually comfortable because I actually got outplayed in mid by Nifut or Nifu. I'm not sure how you pronounce his nickname, but he played really well back rider mid, and it was pretty hard. I had to get a few salves consistently into the mid lane. I was behind because I was behind their healing salves. During the game, I had to go for an early 4-star. I couldn't go lens Aghanims like I wanted to. I had to go 4-star because I was getting destroyed by the Undying and the Ogre constantly. Multicast. It's just, no. I had to get 4-star and the BKB.
Well, not only have you avenged your loss from 2018, but you are now the reigning champion of the Jorvik League. Thank you so much once again. I must know, will you be returning next year to defend your title?
Yeah, of course. Of course I am. Make it 2 years in a row.
I mean, he's a first year, so he might be able to defend his title for many years.
All the way through, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, that is all from us here at York, the home of the Jorvik League. Thank you very much again for both of the teams for getting involved and putting on a phenomenal match for us today. And most importantly, thank you for watching this live at home and joining in. Make sure to tune in next year for another fantastic Dota 2 championship. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Maybe next year we'll be sponsored by Yorkshire Tea.